God, if they don't fit the lift, it's fine. You're gonna have to. Excuse me.
Excuse me, if you just mind on the stairs, please.
Duncan, and I founded and run the UK Circular Plastics Network at Independent UK Business Connect. And I've been Brits Complex Programme Manager since 4 years ago. It's my great honour to welcome you all, and I honestly mean this, I am so pleased that you've all turned up. It's really important to have so many of you in the room who care about the sustainability of plastics. And we're gathered here obviously for a shared purpose. We want to chart a sustainable future for plastics and explore how our industries, how our governments and societies can address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I'd like to start by extending my gratitude and thanks to our partners, British Plastics Federation, and our sponsors, the Grantham Centre for Sustainable Futures, Plastics Europe, and to the Worshipful Company of Horners, who made a kind contribution to this event in the memory of Dave Williams. Without them, this event wouldn't have been possible, so thank you. Plastics have undeniably shaped the modern world, from packaging that preserves our food to medical devices that save lives. Plastics have been a cornerstone of innovation and convenience, but we know this story has another side. Our dependence on plastics, particularly single-use plastics, has contributed to some of the most pressing and environmental challenges of our time. But I'm really encouraged that we can solve this, because this challenge has also sparked an unprecedented way. In my 20 years of working and connecting the plastics industry, I've not seen so much impetus as I've seen in the last few years. And it sparked an unprecedented wave of innovation and collaboration across sectors. I'm privileged to have shared the journey with many of you and supported many of you in your endeavours. It really is an honour, and it's absolutely wonderful to see that so much is happening. This conference is focusing on solutions. It's about thinking about the life cycle of plastics, how they're designed, produced, used and recycled. It's about transforming from a linear system to a circular one, where waste is not an inevitable byproduct, but a valuable resource. It's all about fostering cross-sector relationships and partnerships where industry, leaders, policy makers, scientists and innovators come together to accelerate the change we urgently need. Today we're going to hear from some of the brightest minds in sustainability who are going to share groundbreaking research and insights on new materials, innovative recycling technologies and policy frameworks that can drive systemic change. We're going to explore how to improve recycling infrastructure and inspire behavioural shifts. Each region, industry and community will have unique challenges and opportunities. That's certainly something I see. And it's why this conference is such a vital platform. It's a place where diverse perspectives come together, and there are a lot of diverse perspectives. We can exchange ideas, we can have action plans and begin to work on them. And in fact, for me, it's the connections I hope you make today that are, if not more, important than the things that you might learn and the information that you might acquire. So please make the most of the networking time. I encourage each of you to think boldly, challenge the status quo and leave here not just with knowledge, but with new commitments. We still need to work on this. We're going to be working on this for a very, very long time. Together we can build a plastics economy that works for the planet, for people and for prosperity. Okay, that's me over. Let's begin. I'd like to welcome our partner, first Mr. Philip Law from British Plastics Federation. He's Director General, and I'd like him to say a few words about the partnership with us.
Thank you very much, Sally. I hope everyone can hear me in the distant corners of the room. So anyway, thank you very much, Sally. British Plastics Federation really is delighted to act as a co-host of GRIPS. We're really grateful for all the work applied by yourself, Sally, for the heart and soul of GRIPS, and your Innovate UK Business Connect team for helping to bring something like 1,000 innovators together here in Sheffield and online. I think hopefully in the course of the day we'll actually reach that 1,000 number in that way. I'd also like to thank my own PPS staff team for their efforts of staging today as well. But none of us would be here today without the generosity of the Worshipful Company of Horners, who funded the basic infrastructure of the event. And this funding
a very loyal following, not only in his varied companies, but in the wider industry. He first became involved in the British Plastics Federation in about 1980 when he was moving up the ladder in the Guinness empire in senior positions in WCB and GPG, and he was elected president of the Federation for 1988 to 1989. Ultimately, and for many years, he became the CEO of Linpack, where many people say he was Linpack. And he was able there to apply his experience of very, very wide experience of packaging and technical moulding. Unsurprisingly, he became an immensely popular president of the European Plastics Converters Association, EUPC, and he served 2 terms there in Brussels between 2002 and 2006. He knew simply everybody in plastics in Europe, in the USA, and in South Africa. But today is a very important day for the British Plastics Federation because it underlines the preeminence of innovation in the UK plastics industry. The industry has had its own motors of technological innovation, stretching back to the discovery of Parkesine, polyethylene, PET, and PEEK. And the fact that many firms in the industry are now over 100 years of age. And indeed, we can congratulate Hardy Polymers, who've recently joined that club. And the BPF itself is now in its 91st year. And that really, shouts out sustainability of these organizations. But 2 factors have been introduced which have emphasized that the pace of innovation needs to be accelerated. The first is the unprecedented and sometimes inaccurate public criticism of plastics waste management in recent years. And the industry wants to put itself beyond criticism, beyond reproach, and to maximize public exposure to the benefits which plastics bring society. And this means radical changes in the materials we use and the way supply chains are managed. The second factor is the increasing speed of innovation. Our member firms have spent decades securing recognition in overseas markets, and they need innovation to maintain leading positions. The optimal way to facilitate this necessary transition is to increase the levels of interaction and cooperation between the plastics industry and universities. As an industry, we need the independent, free thinking of universities. We used to have an expression, UK PLC. It's not used very much these days, but it's probably never been more relevant. Everyone in this room is part of UK PLC. Academy and industry are symbiotic, or should be symbiotic. BPF really appreciates the great privilege to interact with the world-class academic experts here today. And I do hope that today marks a firm step forwards in the UK becoming recognised as the global thought leader in plastics manufacturing, use, reuse, and recycling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Brilliant to be a partner with you on this year's GRIP, so thank you very much for that. I'd next like to welcome Dr. Barry Maunders. He is the Master at the Worshipful Company of Horners, and I can remember laughing the first time I heard Horners and thought, what's that all about? But I know a lot more now, and I'm far better educated, but Barry, come and say a little bit more, if you would, please, and about the legacy of David Williams, please. Thank you.
I'll dispense with those. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Sally, and thank you, Philip. The trouble going third is you have to do a bit of rejigging of what you were planning to say on the hoof. So, as you've heard, my name is Barry Maunders, and I'm the master of the Worshipful Company of Horners. If I may, because I suspect for a lot of you, like Sally's just said when she first heard of us, you've no idea what that means. Now, we heard a moment ago from Philip about how some of the polymer plastics companies have just turned 100 years old. Well, we can trace our history back to 1284 as an ancient City of London guild. In 1638, the company was granted a royal charter by King Charles I, under which the company now operates. The company was responsible for regulating the manufacture of goods made from animal horn within the City of London and surrounding area. In 1476, the leather bottle makers, whose trade in leather bottles was being eroded by glass, were incorporated into the Horners. And as you all may or may not be aware, horn is a natural polymer. It's keratin, which can be moulded like a plastic. But the craft of working with horn was becoming eroded, and by around about the middle of the last century, the new materials of glass and plastic meant that we changed our association to become associated with the plastics industry. We still support horn, but it's more of a craft, an art and craft activity now. So that was in 1943, and today we support the industry, especially through prestigious awards and education projects, and this has continued to be a major part of our activities since then. The Horners are delighted to support GRIPS through a very generous bequest to the Horners by Jane Williams in memory of her late husband, David. David became a freeman of the City of London and of the Worshipful Company of Horners in 1989 and threw himself into working with us to better the plastics engineering world and support young upcoming stars of the industry. He proudly became Master Horner in 2011, and as a prominent Horner, he championed many initiatives, particularly in education and design. David had a particular interest in those sustainability innovations which brought social benefits to society. David died suddenly and tragically in 2020, and the Horners are delighted to uphold his ideals in using Jane's bequest to support GRIPS. I do hope you all enjoy today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barry, and thank you, David. Okay, so now it's time to start absorbing some information. And I'm really pleased and glad that we're here in Sheffield. We are obviously supported in this venue by the Grantham Centre for Sustainable Futures. I'd like to welcome first Professor Rachel Rothman. She's got a lot of titles after her name. Professor of Sustainable Chemical Engineering, Director of South Yorkshire Sustainability Centre, Co-Director of the Grantham Centre for Sustainable Futures, Co-Director of UK High-Res, and Sustainability Lead at University of Sheffield. And I probably don't think that's even half of what she's got her fingers involved with. So, Rachel, please come and tell us about the fantastic work that Sheffield have been doing in this space. Thank you.
Going to switch that one off and stand it here. Right, welcome everyone. Welcome to Sheffield. It is fantastic to see so many people here. As Sally said, I'm Rachel. I've put this mic on. Oh, I'm not very good at standing still. Right, let's see how we go. And that one's not working either. You're going to have to...
So, hello everyone, my name is Fernand. I'm a lecturer in sustainable chemical engineering in the School of Chemical Material and Biological Engineering. And I will talk about some stuff about materials, plastics, recycling, and LCA, life cycle analysis with Professor Rachel Rothman. Yeah.
All right, so let's get going. Sally asked us to talk about plastics as part of our sustainable future, but where I really wanted to start is why we're here today rather than anywhere else we could have gone. And probably 4 or 5 years ago now, Tony and I hosted online during COVID a conference on plastics, mainly academic. And that was because there were lots of PRIF projects at the time that were UKRI funded. And it went really well. We had loads of engagement. And then Sally very kindly the year after said, let's do it again, let's make it bigger. And it's fantastic to see how much it's grown and that we can all be here in person in multiple rooms today having lots of streams. So one of my hats, as Sally said, is I co-direct our Grantham Centre for Sustainable Futures. Tony, who many of you know, is the other co-director, Tony Ryan. He's very sad he's not here today. He has a reasonably good excuse in that he's in Denmark getting an honorary degree. And I messaged him to say, can I have a picture of you in a silly hat and gown to put on the screen to say why you're not here? And disappointingly, the response was, oh, I didn't get to wear a silly hat and gown. So I made one for him for you. That's him getting his degree. But actually, this is him getting his degree. So there you can see him in Denmark getting his honorary degree. But he did send his apologies for not being here, and he says he hopes everyone has a really interesting and insightful day, and he'll catch up with lots of you soon, I'm sure. So what is the Grantham Centre? Well, we have a mission and a goal to do research to ensure there is enough for everyone and reduce global consumption. And if you imagine the tree that we've got in the middle over there, the roots of the tree are our training sustainability leaders. So we have a cohort of Grantham scholars, we do training for the postdocs, for staff, for lots of other people as well, in lots of different aspects around sustainability. The trunk of your tree, the blue bit, is running lots of large research projects that try and solve systemic and interdisciplinary problems. And we've had, over the last few years, lots of projects centred around plastics, which is what we'll be telling you about today. And then the green leaves of the tree are the influencing and ensuring change, and that's where the connection with others, with policy, etc. all comes in. And really, the heart of the Grantham Centre is the interdisciplinary working, and I've put the standard sustainability Venn diagram, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with, up there. We've got the environmental sections, the social sections, and the economic sections. I'm going to focus mostly today on the environmental side, but we are bringing in lots of other bits as well, and there are a lot of Sheffield people in the audience who are involved in all different bits of this Venn diagram. So as we go through this morning, I'll shout them out so you know who they are if you want to go and speak to them to have over coffee and get more information. So how do we know that a product or process is sustainable? We have several techniques available to us. Life cycle assessment is what Fanran and I do a lot of, but also material flow analysis, carbon footprinting. We can do life cycle costing, techno-economics, and social life cycle assessment. And they might be assessing each of those bits of the circle, but the fundamental principles are the same. Life cycle thinking is a mindset. You have to think about the whole system and the whole process, because if you only think about one slice of the pie, you're not going to get the right answer. So what you'll see as we go through this morning is how we've tried to join all of those bits together so we can take a whole systems approach to looking at plastics and how we might make a sustainable future. And when done well, this kind of analysis can really help inform our direction forward. And when done badly, it generates and spreads greenwash, and that's what we want to avoid. I'm not going to go into the technical details of life cycle assessment, don't worry. Suffice to say, there is an ISO standard for life cycle assessment, and it defines how you should do and what stages you should go through. What it doesn't define is exactly what you do within each of those stages, because for any different product or process, it might be different. So you have to be a little bit flexible there, but what that does mean is that any two life cycle assessments that are carried out, they may not be comparable because they may include different things or exclude different things or have different assumptions embedded within them. So one thing that's really key with any environmental assessment is that we're transparent. What is included, what is not included, how have we done the modelling along the way? Let me give you an example. Imagine I'm growing a field of wheat, and I'm growing my field of wheat because I want to make flour. And I'm going to make a kilo of flour. These numbers are completely made up, by the way. It's just to illustrate my point. I'm going to make a kilo of flour, and I'm going to have a kilo of straw left over. And how should I allocate the impacts of growing that wheat? We're going to use fertilizer, there's tilling, etc. So there's going to be environmental impacts of going through that. Well, I could allocate them on a mass basis. And if I've got a kilo of each, I'd say 50% of my impacts are going on my flour, and 50% are going on my waste straw that I'm chucking away. But then you might think, well, that's not really fair, because my straw is a waste. So am I not doing all of this just for the purpose of the flour? So we could do an economic allocation, and we could say 100% of the impacts go to the flour, and none of them go to the waste. The answer for what is the footprint of the flower in that question would be very different. It would be twice as big. But both are completely valid ways to do an assessment. So we have to be very clear how we've done it. Now imagine that my waste straw that I was going to chuck away is not waste anymore, and I'm going to turn it into bio-PET, and I'm going to make a bottle with it. And that bottle is now going to be worth £3, and my flower was only worth £2. So now, having changed my waste, I would now allocate my impacts 40 to 60, right? So what was a waste is no longer a waste. And when you do sustainability assessment, that dealing with how do I allocate impacts, what is a waste, and how much credit can I get, or how much do I have to pay in environmental terms, is really important. So bear those things in mind when you're thinking about your system and how you analyse things. This is a very quick plug. We have a life cycle assessment regulatory science innovation network. We're just waiting to hear what funding we have going forward. This applies to all the foundations industries, of which chemicals is one, of which plastics is a hugely important part. So if you are interested in life cycle assessment and the plastics industry, scan the top QR code to get to the LinkedIn and the bottom QR code to join the mailing list. And I will find a way to let you have these longer than just for the next 3 seconds as I move to the next slide. So let's come back to the point of today. How do we get to a sustainable future? And you have to ask the question, are we being polluted by plastic, or are we being saved by plastic? And how do we make sure that it's more of the latter and less of the former? And that involves looking at the whole system and how we operate within it. So what is the real and present problem? Since the beginning of time, we have made more than 8,000 million tonnes of plastic. That is an extraordinary amount of plastic. If you were to turn it all into cling film, it would wrap up the entire globe and still have 25% left. That hopefully sees the scale of the problem. Now, the fact we've made that much is not necessarily a problem, but what that diagram shows you is that more than half of it has just been discarded. It's not been recycled, it's not been reused, it's not been reprocessed in any way, it's just been discarded. So that is the real and present problem we have. We have a lot of plastic, and at the minute, we're just chucking it away. Right, Fanran's going to tell you a bit about how we've got to that point. Because when you see that, you think, how on earth have we got there? It seems ludicrous, right? How have we got to the point there?
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. I'm going to give you a bit more numbers about plastics and more generally about chemicals. You all know plastics is one, well, everywhere in our everyday life. A lot of products on your tables, a water bottle, or in your everyday life are other very useful products. Because they are really good, low cost, lightweight, and last quite a long time. And generally, plastic products accounted for about 40% of the whole chemical products. If you look at this Sankey diagram, very simplified version, the left is the raw material like oil and some feedstocks, and to the very right is the products of chemicals industry. And in the middle is all the plastic products, accounting for about 40% on the mass basis, okay, as well as the other fertilizer products. And then a bit more numbers about plastics. We call it a rising production and demand for the plastics. So globally, what we have done some modeling recently, using some commercial database and some data, we put together some model and analyze per region and put some total number to do some prediction by end of this century. There's about 820 million ton, okay, globally. And then we do some modeling to predict the waste based on its lifetime and per applications, like the plastic in cars, probably 20 years, in buildings, about 50 years, and all sorts of these, some distribution of these, some modeling. We predicted this waste globally by end of this century. There's about 790 million ton by end of this century. And we have done per polymer and per region. Also this linked to the GDP growth in this region. And then we put some numbers about emissions, because we have done a lot of LCA analysis, and a lot of people really care about this carbon footprint. So put some numbers about globally this greenhouse gas emission. In 2019, there's about 1.72 gigaton CO2 equivalent for, different regions have some variation, but globally this is the number. And then also because we have predicted some waste materials and multiplied by these emission factors per polymer type, and we also give the total number by end of this century, there's about 3.56 gigaton CO2 equivalent. And this is a business and euro scenario. And we will talk about a bit more in the next few slides. I will hand over to Rachel to talk a bit more.
Okay, so we have a lot of plastic. What will the fossil industry do about it? Well, it's jumped on the circular economy bandwagon, and that picture on the bottom, on the right, has come from the Ellen MacArthur reuse report, looking at how can we take plastics and make it a more circular economy. And what you can see, that huge loop going around the middle, is we're going to recycle all our plastic. So, we're all working on the plastic circular economy. And that paper in the bottom left was published looking at how might we do a plastic circular economy, but it ignored the end of life. And really the problem is there's too much recyclate, it's mixed or damaged and so it can't always be mechanically recycled, it's energy intensive to chemically recycle and it has too little value. So what can we do instead? Well, let's go back to our waste hierarchy of plastics. So fundamental, the very top of the triangle, reduce. We should be using less material to start with. Should we replace? Should we just reduce? That's an option. Reuse. Let's use it as many times as we can. That may involve repair. It might involve refurbish. Recycle. We all know what recycling is, ideally closed loop. Recover. And recover includes anaerobic digestion, incineration with energy recovery on it, gasification and pyrolysis. So you're getting rid of it, but you're getting something back for it at the same time. And the disposal at the bottom is we're getting rid of it and we're getting nothing back. So incineration without energy recovery or landfill. Now what we're going to do is hop aboard the good ship Grantham and go on a journey through the waste hierarchy of plastics. And just for clarity, because my son saw me making these slides and went, oh, a rocket ship. And I was like, no, it's the good ship Grantham. The good ship Grantham is powered by curiosity, enthusiasm, evidence, and healthy skepticism. And that's what you will see as we go through this today. So, off we go. Let's start at the reuse and repurpose. No, not reuse and repurpose. Reduce and repurpose.
Yes, so thanks, Rachel. To reduce, the first one in the hierarchy. And so we want to, well, let's not use plastics. Now we need to look at some alternative materials. Okay, so this is the conclusion from my recent study. So replacing plastic with alternative materials is worse in terms of greenhouse gas emission in the most current applications. Okay, I will show you how we did that and why we get this conclusion. At the bottom, there should be a QR code. I'll show you a bit later. So what we have done is we used life cycle analysis and quantified a lot of plastic products across the current application area. So this is what we have done across the whole life cycle stages, from raw material, the manufacturing, some use phase. And use phase here, we accounted for about 90% of current plastic applications, and we selected products in these representative application area. And they also look at this end of life, this based on some current end of life treatment options. And then this base case, which is done in the US in a single year, this kind of way to demonstrate the current application, what's the environmental impacts. And we also have done some sensitivity analysis to show the impacts of different energy mixes, recycling rates, and the other parameters. So this shows for different application area what we have selected and their quantities currently in the single year in 2020 in the region. And the table shows what we have found out across different products, different sectors. And the bottom is the paper. You can scan the QR code or find on Google the title online. Some of you might have read this paper already. So what we have found is the plastics have lower greenhouse gas emission in the 14 out of 16 application areas we have analyzed. Of course, this includes the direct and indirect value chain emissions. What that means is, so we have the different type of plastic products that we have manufactured them, some direct impacts, but even the use phase, considering like the plastic used in cars, because of lightweight, you will have some indirect use, the fuel sieving. So these also some indirect emissions we have accounted in the analysis. So take example, there's a lot of packaging. You compare these high-density polyethylene with some paper, PET, polypropylene with some aluminium, PET with aluminium in this soft drink container, and the other some buildings, compare with the PVC with some concrete in these municipal sewer pipes, among the others. So you can see this, the red shows only 2 application area, like industrial drum. The high-density polyethylene compared with the steel is the plastic have a bit higher greenhouse gas emission. That's mainly because of the steel that lasts longer, and you can also a bit lower greenhouse gas emission in human production and higher recycling rates. So this, we said, if we include these indirect emissions, is 14 out of 16 areas. The plastics a bit better in terms of greenhouse gas emission. If we exclude this indirect impact, which is really the far right column, then about 9 out of 16 applications, the plastic is better. But overall, the conclusion is we still need plastics, and there's really no better alternative materials really can replace plastic or have lower greenhouse gas emissions. So 2 main reasons. One is plastic have a bit lower greenhouse gas emission during production. Second is plastic is really efficient, the most efficient. I think you all know about packaging, the single-use plastics. We all kind of blame plastic as bad, but actually it's really good weight to efficiency. Like about 5 grams of plastic bag can carry about 10 kilograms the weight of some goods, compared with if you use other paper, you probably need 10 grams or 20 grams to carry this amount of probably only 5 kilograms of goods. Okay, those are some examples we have considered in this analysis. This is a bit more, I don't want to get confused. So these are some examples we have analyzed per life cycle stages for different applications for packaging and some different products. We have quantified the whole greenhouse gas emissions. So yeah, I will skip this. Some key messages from this work is we really need to use these LCA, the life cycle approaches, to help us to have a better understanding how plastics and their alternative materials perform and how they affect the environment. And across the most application areas, simply switching from the plastics to the currently available materials, the non-plastic alternative materials, is not a viable solution for reducing greenhouse gas emission impact. Thirdly, I think we must not overlook the significant and some unacceptable impacts of plastics on some impacts like marine ecosystem and among the others, human toxicity, etc. And then lastly, I think when we want to look at the ways to reduce impacts, and we think about not simply switch plastic to other materials, what we can do. So example measures, like we can increase the efficiency of plastics, some reuse, extend the lifetime, and increase the recycling rates. And lastly, also need to have some infrastructures and also improve the waste collection. Okay, so this is for reduce. Okay.
All right, let's hop back on the ship. We're off to reuse now. Reuse significantly reduces lifetime emissions in almost all cases that we've investigated. But there are caveats with that, and that's what we're going to talk about now. So the first thing I'm going to tell you all about is the Many Happy Returns project, which was a SSPP project. As you can see from the screen, there were an awful lot of people at Sheffield involved in this. Some of their photos will pop up, the ones that I managed to get in there. They can wave at you so you know who to speak to, as I said. And in this project, we really took that interdisciplinary approach, and that's what that flower shows you. We put the stakeholders at the middle. We considered lots of different disciplines, so polymer chemistry, life cycle assessment, willingness to engage, the languages that we use, how we instigate the change, and there were lots of partners involved in delivering this as well. And we've had a scheme running at the University of Sheffield as a demonstrator, testing out reusable takeaway containers. There's a small one here you can see as a demonstration. It's got a QR code on the lid. So if I went to the cafe and wanted to get takeaway lunch, I could ask for it in a vital container. I scan the QR code on my phone, that's then borrowed to me. So long as I return it in 2 weeks, there's no charge for me using it. And the same with the coffee cups that have a code on the lid. So that's the way the scheme works. We have it in a variety of venues across Sheffield. You'll see the wave there in the bottom left. Should you not like the free tea and coffee today, you're welcome to try a Vital Cup and get coffee from the cafe instead. And this is the used data that we had, and this is old used data, and I'll put the new used data up in a minute. But we started the scheme, and the yellow and green are the taking them out and the returning them. And you'll see that yellow and green are basically the same, and it bobbles along, and there's some engagement, but not great. And then October last year, that's that bit there, whoosh, huge increase in engagement and use of the containers. Why? Because we offered coffee and tea for only £1 if you bought your tea or coffee in a reusable container that week. That was the incentive that made a difference. And what we realised was that before that, a lot of people didn't really know the scheme existed. The cups were just on the side, they weren't in view. If you buy a coffee or a tea, you're asked, do you want to sit in or take away? And if you say take away, it's not followed up with, do you want a single-use cup or do you want a reusable Vital Cup? And when it's busy, you can understand why the staff working behind the table don't ask that, right? But offering it for £1, all of a sudden everyone knew about it. And that week was huge. The good news was that following that week, people had downloaded the app, they were involved. It then settled to a much, much higher rate, more than 400% more than it was before. So that intervention made a huge difference in the engagement with the scheme overall. And at that point, which must have been about April this year, we had a 98.6% return rate, which is pretty good, over 2,000 checkouts. This is bang up-to-date data. We're now on a 99% return rate, and we've had over 7,000 checkouts. So it's going pretty well. Why do we get such a high return rate? I think it's because a lot of the people buying the tea, coffee, and the salads and the jacket potatoes are students or staff here, and if you don't return it, you get charged because they assume that you've then kept it and it's yours. So return it within 2 weeks, it's free. People return it because they don't want to have to pay. And what we've done is look at this scheme from lots of different perspectives. So Mariam has done the life cycle assessment. The comparator here is that single-use box. Gosh, it's hard to use a laser point from here. That single-use box there. It is the lowest carbon footprint single-use container we can find. It makes it the hardest comparison for the reusable plastic. So we are testing it as hard as we can in this analysis. It's like a corrugated paper card box with a very thin plastic window. And it actually has a lower footprint than if you didn't put the window in there, just for interest. And that's the process that we model when we do this. So we produce the box, we manufacture it, we transport it, it goes to the takeaway, it's used, and then it gets either into incineration or recycling, in all likelihood incineration, because you'd have to separate the bits in order to recycle it. And then we've got the reusable container that I showed you, and this is for the bowls rather than the cups. And the bit that's been added in is this bit in the bottom, because if you want a reuse system, you have to have some reverse logistics. You need to wash it. Now, what's interesting about this is it's at a university cafe, this trial, so there's no transport involved in our reverse logistics. People walk to the cafe, they buy their lunch, they walk away, they walk back and they return it again. So there's no associated environmental impacts of the transport section, but there is of the washing it. And we've assumed that we wash it in the commercial dishwasher that's in the cafes. And this is for 70 uses, which is that 98.6% return rate. So assuming each bowl gets used 70 times. You've got on the far left, the footprint of a reusable container. In the middle, the reusable container if you recycle it. And on the right, the single-use container. And the blue dot shows you what the total carbon footprint is. So you can see that the lowest is for the reusable container if it's recycled. And the different colours in the bars are the different bits of the life cycle stages. So the blue is the material, the orange is the manufacture. And you'll see for a single use, because you use one every single time, it's all about the material and the manufacture. whereas the washing is the yellow, which is obviously a significant component of the reusable system. The right-hand graph is water consumption. So on the left, carbon, on the right, water. And actually at this point, for 70 uses, the single use still uses slightly less water than the reusable system does. And there's obviously things you could tweak within the system, looking at how you can be more efficient in your washing there. Now, one of the things we've looked at is the break-even point. This is quite a complicated graph, but if you were able to lightweight the container, what you probably can't see from there, maybe you can just, is this is really thick. It's a really durable container. This container is not going to reach the end of its life because it breaks or it cracks. It's going to reach the end of its life because somebody loses it or leaves it on the bus or something like that, right? So does it need to be as thick as that? Could you make a container in this system which is lighter? So the pink diagonal line is your single use, and all those grey lines are, the top one is the weight of this container, and what happens if we could make it a little bit lightweight, more lightweight? And the number of uses you need in order to break even decreases. So for this one, you have to use it about 60 times to break even on a carbon footprint basis. If you could lightweight it, that number decreases and decreases. And obviously there's a balance between durability and lightweighting, because you wouldn't get to the point that you wouldn't want to get to the point where you need to lose it 40 times, but it's not durable enough to achieve that. So there is a balance there. And you can also see the numbers for water and how they change with time. Now, it's great that we can break even if we use it lots of times, but will people actually use it that many times? So our mechanical engineers and material scientists took these bowls and basically tried to destroy them in a way that you simulate use. So they went through a process of scratching, staining, and washing. The scratching is with a wire wool on an automated system. It's supposed to simulate using cutlery, metal cutlery on the bowl. We took all the most staining things you can think of, so tomato soup, baked beans, pasta sauce, coffee, all of those things that are most likely to stain something. We mixed them up, we microwaved them, and then we put them in the dishwasher. So this is like the worst treatment you could possibly give one of these bowls, and what does it end up looking like? And the very small matrix you see on the right is what they look like after each cycle through that process. So they, under controlled conditions, they took photos of what does it look like after each time you go through this cycle. And you can see that over time they get more and more orange as they get stained. And that work was done by Patrick and Andrew and Paul. Now we've got the psychology, so we've got Harriet and Tom are in the room who've been doing this. And what they have is a very clever program where they can show people all of those pictures that we've generated and find out what is people's willingness threshold for using these bowls. And you can see the bars there change, but basically you're looking somewhere between 7 to 10 uses. Now this is with the harshest use possible. We also did I've got my bowl and I'm getting a jacket potato and salad in it every day, and it didn't change at all in 75 uses, right? So there was no color change, so you then can't use that in this psychological test. So this is your worst case scenario for willingness to reuse something. And we can plot those on the same graph as we had with the life cycle assessment. So again, the pink line going diagonally up the middle is your single-use box. And where we started at is a break-even point of 60. That was with the thick bowl, it was using grid electricity for the dishwasher, and it was being incinerated at end of life. And the vertical line you can see is the 7, which was kind of my worst-case scenario for willingness. So the question then is, how do you move your break-even point closer to what people might be willing to do? And you have to bear in mind that the 7 is not, this is what people are willing to do, this is the worst case. So it could be anywhere from there higher, depending on the food that you put in it and how it's used. And in practice, we don't actually heat food in those containers. The food is heated, then put in, and that microwaving stage makes a big difference in terms of the discoloration of the plastic. But if you recycle it, if you use renewable electricity for your dishwasher, which we do in the University of Sheffield, if you recycle it at end of life, and if you lightweight your container, you can get down to a break-even point of 5. Now, why this is interesting is it's starting to show us, when we're doing the design of these things in the first place, what do we need to think about? What factors are important, and how can we design the containers such that their environmental break-even is lower, and ideally is much lower than what our willingness threshold might be. Oh, and that work's been published recently. Now, we've got some other work thinking about this. It's great that people be willing to use the container if it's in front of them, but how do we actually get to engage with the system in the first place? And so Rory, who's at the back over there, has done some work looking at household practice around reuse and looking at what do they do at the minute and how can you tap into that practice rather than trying to get someone to do something completely new or different. And we need to build on those existing things. And I'm sure everybody has a jar or a tin at home which is used for an entirely different purpose to what it might originally have been done, but it gets reused a lot, or even used for the same purpose as it was originally designed. We have an exhibition there was an exhibition in the Museum of Brands. It's a much smaller exhibition now because the big kind of, the large one is finished. But it's really interesting because there's loads of different packaging and you can see how plastic has changed over time and how we've gone from reuse to much more single use. And now we're sort of going back a bit and how do we get back to the future there? Our linguistics, I don't know if Joe's here at the minute, have done a lot of work on how we talk about plastics, because getting engagement with people in anything, the way we talk about it is hugely important. And they have got 2 corpus of words. There's over 4.5 million words in this now that they've analysed, looking at how do people talk about plastics. And in the public-facing discourse, so this is where you have like retailers or websites talking about plastics, our is one of the most commonly featured words. So it's like our customers or the way we do things. And that's quite interesting for how you might change things in total. And it's the corporation as being like a nurturant parent, and that starts to give ideas about how we could change that language. I'll tell you what the other corpus, the consumer generated, which is about social media, in just a second. But they've published all of this in a report called How to Talk About Plastics, which you can download from the Grantham website if you're interested in it. Now, in the public-facing things, so the big scan of social media, which has millions of words in it, one of the most common used words with plastics, but. I really want to use less plastic, but. I really want to recycle more, but. And these 2 pictures or sets of things up here are examples of something we did in Festival of the Mind. And I think engaging the public such that they start having conversations and discussions, catalysing those discussions about what we might do differently is really important. So the 2 things on the right you see, the red and green ones, and that's my kids trying it out at the Festival of the Mind, you could raise them up and down and it would come down over your head and you might be able to see the words that are written on them. So but is highlighted and it's all the different phrases that were found about how people talk about plastics. And there's one there that it says, but what else do you package your kippers in? I mean, it's a good question, right? So that's one of the key things that came up. And the pictures on the left were a display called Plastic Cheap Luxury, and it was designed to provoke people in thinking about how do we use plastics currently in our everyday lives and how might we do it differently. And Festival of the Mind happens in Sheffield every 2 years. That was from the 2022 Festival of the Mind. And the idea is that it connects kind of the arts and science and gets people to think about things. And this year's Festival of the Mind actually launches tonight. So if you have time on the way home, you might be able to pop in and see some things. But one of the things that will be there if you are close to Sheffield is residue dolls made by 3 artists. And there's some short stop motion animation looking at how we can use packaging differently, in effect. And you can see some stills from the animations that will be in it. Right, next project. We're still on reuse at the minute. BuddyPack is an EU project. And the way BuddyPack is different to what we've done in Many Happy Returns is that it demonstrates on a larger scale. So there's 6 different use cases, although 2 of them are kind of together. Now, the Vital Scheme is one of these as well. And one of the things we looked at with this, you might notice in the bottom, the container has changed. It's not white or off-white anymore, it's black. And that's at least partly based on some of the things we found with consumers not wanting stained containers. Well, if you change the colour, it's a lot harder to see that it might have turned orange because you microwaved your baked beans in it, right? So the different containers, the numbers are different, but the 2 dots you see on the left-hand graph, the bottom one is I walked to my takeaway, bought my takeaway, walked away, and walked to return my container later. So there's no transport in my reverse logistics. The top one is I got in my car and I drove to the takeaway that's a mile away for the sole purpose of buying the takeaway. So that entire journey is dedicated to getting my takeaway. And you can see the vast difference in number of reuses you need in order to break even in that case. So the way we design the system and the way the reverse logistics work is hugely important for ensuring a break even. Another case we've looked at is with Alsalan, and this is catering trays for schools and nursing homes. Now this is slightly different because what they have at the minute is those really big stainless steel trays that you can put an awful lot of food in, for most food, and then they have small single-use, single-portion, throwaway plastic single-use ones for allergy meals. So they have a kind of big reusable metal and a small single-use plastic for the two different types of food that they have to provide. And what we've looked at is what happens if you switch either of them for a reusable plastic tray instead. Now, this first one is for the multi-portion trays, and the steel is the pink, and the grey and the blue are the plastic, and you can see that the pink line is always below the grey and the blue. So in this case, the steel reusable tray is always better than the plastic. And that in large is because steel is very recyclable. You can make it as a much bigger tray and it will last much longer in terms of its life. That's only for the large reusable one. You also are a little bit challenged because they like to put these in the oven, and that has a limit on what types of material you can make it out of. The single portion containers, the reusable plastic is the grey and the blue at the bottom, and you can see that around about 10 uses, your reusable one is better than your single-use one. And that begs a question about the whole system. And when you put those two bits together, you will see that the dashed lines, which are the bottom ones now on this graph, is I'm going to use a steel tray for most of my food, and I'm going to reuse reusable plastic containers for my allergy meals. And that is the system that makes the most sense. And this is where it's important that we look at the whole system and not just any bit of it individually. So I think one of the, hopefully you'll have seen a key message is that we have to look at this interdisciplinary research when we're designing reuse systems, because we have to think about the environmental implications to ensure it confers benefit, but people have to be willing to engage with it, and they have to actually engage with it. And there's a big difference between intention and action, and that's where the language we use and some of the psychology and social science we might apply really comes in to get people to fully engage. Right, let's get back on the rocket ship again. And we're now going to do these last few all together. So recycling, recovery, and disposal.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Is there any waste incinerating companies here? Okay, good. All right. Okay. So next week's slide, I'm talking about this waste hierarchy, recycling and incineration, which is at the bottom of the hierarchy. And the main message is burning plastic waste never makes sense. Why I come out with this conclusion? So first one is burning plastic emits as much as burning coal in terms of greenhouse gas emission here. If you look at this diagram, the y-axis is the greenhouse gas emission per kilowatt hour electricity. And then on the x-axis are different type of plastics. When you burn them for energy recovery, these all different the carbon intensity. And on some lines, they show the current greenhouse gas emission of the electricity produced from coal or produced from wind, or the current grid mix in the UK. It's quite low already. So you can see this, all the plastic release greenhouse gas emission, and already quite high. Most of them already quite high greenhouse gas compared with some current electricity generation. And so you have to use some CCS. Okay, so using CCS, carbon capture storage, but it's hard to fit into the incineration and the other plants, and not scalable currently. Some current status. We're actually burning a lot of plastics currently in the UK and in Europe. So the left, the diagram shows the UK plastic disposal, the ratio, landfill, incineration, and recycling. The darker bit is landfill, and then the green bit, the light green is recycling. In the middle is incineration. You can see currently is still a lot of proportion currently. And then looking at Europe as a whole, Europe actually have abandoned landfill, then prefer doing that in incineration. The trend you can see on the right, the kind of this line graph shows current years, this landfill is significantly reduced and a lot of increase in recycling, but at the same time a lot of waste really dumped for incineration. Okay. This is in really a wrong direction, I would say. So how about the recycling? Okay. So we have done some analysis in the current available recycling technologies, and we find out mechanical recycling has lower greenhouse gas emissions than incineration. And this diagram on the left shows the greenhouse gas emission on the vertical axis, and then so different types of greenhouse gas emission for the different recycling, and also highlighted the current incineration where that stands. So incineration at the current this emission generation mix, and also with some really net zero emission electricity generation in the future. So you can see the recycling, some of recycling process still have quite high greenhouse gas emission, but the mechanical recycling really have a bit lower greenhouse gas emission. But then generally talk about recycling, also we need to think about the recycling rates. So we all talk about circular economy, and then on the right, the figure shows some recycling rates for different type of different type of recycling process. And we would see the recycling really limited in terms of its kind of a lot of thermodynamic principles. You can't achieve 100% recycling. There's some limitations already still here for recycling. A bit more numbers for incineration. So this diagram quite complicated, sorry. So I want to show you the different color in this diagram shows the intensity of the greenhouse gas emission for electricity generation. So the red shows you have really higher greenhouse gas emission. The green shows the lower greenhouse gas emission. And then on the left shows different countries. We selected some countries. Again, this is over the time. The different countries will decarbonize their electricity generation over time. And then we have a different line shows the electricity generation from burning plastics, a different plastic. Also, this black line shows the plastic average generation for the electricity generation. So this is greenhouse gas emission, quite high already. And this blue line shows the global average electricity generation. Okay, again, this is greenhouse gas emission. And this scenario is using the International Energy Agency stated policy scenario. Okay, you can see, and this scenario, also very quickly, the burning plastic becomes not favorable. Okay, so it's the per option. Because you're burning plastic for electricity generation, you already have really, the greenhouse gas emission is already higher than the current electricity generation. Again, this is another scenario, is International Energy Agency Sustainable Development Scenario. And then this, because this is more kind of quickly to decarbonize the whole energy generation, and then again, very quickly, burning plastic for electricity generation doesn't make any sense because it's really high greenhouse gas emission compared to the electricity generation. So the message is we have to stop burning plastics. And then we have to think about redefine this waste hierarchy. Conventionally, we have the landfill incineration at the bottom. This is ranking incineration above this landfill. I think future landfill should be above the incineration or even higher, but incineration should be at the very bottom of this waste hierarchy. And we're back.
All right, we've reached the bottom of the triangle, but there's always a but, isn't there? On the way home, our rocket ship sees a compost bin. Composting doesn't really fit into the waste hierarchy, but we are going to have a quick look at it anyway, because it's a very interesting case for what we might do with some types of plastic. And I'm sure you all know that you can make compostable plastics. There are absolutely cases where doing that makes sense. There's also loads of cases where it doesn't make sense. And the whole mission really of the Grantham Centre is to work out what makes sense, when, where and how. So let's have a really quick look at the compostables. And some of our colleagues at UCL did you might have seen it, a big citizen science experiment, and they found that of all the compostable things people put in their compost bins, almost all of it didn't compost. And that's really because they're not managed in a way that was needed to be. And when you look at the new standard for home composting, it's for a well-managed home compost. And my compost bin at home definitely wouldn't do what the well-managed compost bin is required to do. And one of the things we've done, and Stuart's done this work, and I should say I'm not going to talk about bio-based plastics in this talk. One, because it would go on even longer than it's already going to go on. But also, Stuart is talking about it in the next session in this room. So if you're interested in bio-based, stay in here for that. But one thing we've looked at is, and this is several projects combined, including BB-RegNet, which is a regulatory science innovation network looking at bio-based and biodegradable materials. Why is LCA currently not good at working out environmental impacts of compostable and biodegradable things? So we can do a reasonable job of bio-based, but we're not very good at doing the biodegradable. And that's really because implicitly the way we do LCA is biased towards fossil things. They're done at a large scale. We have large scale data. In general, bio-based and biodegradable are still upcoming. They're done at a smaller scale. You can't compare the two if they're done on a different scale. Some things for fossil materials that we have really good data for are energy, land use, water use, and they're things that we really assess in current impact categories. We do not have a robust methodology for assessing littering and microplastics, which would obviously be things that would hamper fossil-based materials, whereas on the bio-based side, we have better understanding around the littering and the things, but that's not built into the methodology. So there's methodological developments that are needed in this space if we're going to start to be able to make comparisons and have understanding about what makes sense and where it makes sense. And when you do a life cycle assessment of compostable plastics, it's very easy for people to think just about the plastic, but one of the biggest benefits would be the added value that that brings. So take tea bags as an example. The addition of the tea leaves that are left to your compost brings nutrient value to your compost. That is a good thing, and that's often not included when people do an LCA. So we have to not think just about the plastic itself, but we have to think about the function that it's being used for and the added benefit that that confers. So Nicola, who's over there, has done some work, Nicola's a psychologist, looking at, do people dispose of compostable packaging correctly? And the answer really at the minute is no. That's the short story. But how might we encourage people to do that better? And this is through the Compostable Coalition project, which is an Innovate UK SSPP project. And I love the stickers here. They're like Teenage Mutant Turtle, do your composting correctly stickers. So they did an intervention where they put clear labels both on items and on the bins to see how it changed. And you can see that graph is every time there was an intervention, things changed, and the amount of stuff that was compostable that went in the correct compost bin increased over time. And what that shows us is people need that help in order to be able to use the system in the way it's intended. And the other one they've done is in a cafe, and again looking at an intervention around clear and distinctive labelling, so colour coding things to show them, look, this should go in this bin, this is pink, this goes in the compostable bin. And you can see that when they had labels and signs, the engagement increased. And if you're interested in that stuff, have a chat to Nicola, because she's got loads more data she can talk about. All right, we've reached the end of our journey through the waste hierarchy, but do we know how to get to a sustainable future yet? Possibly not quite. There's only a few minutes left, Sally, I promise. So what are some possible sustainable futures that we could be moving towards?
I'm conscious of the time. I'll quickly wrap up some scenarios we have put together. So in the introduction, I used this figure as business in euros, the current greenhouse gas emission in 2019, and also some prediction under this scenario by end of this century. So these are the numbers we have greenhouse gas emission. So if you look at this using the Sankey diagram, the material flow analysis, to understand the materials to the waste, where the waste management options, a lot of went to this landfill, incineration, among the others. So this is BAU. So if we, this scenario, look at this scenario, based on the current electricity generation mix, we're still burning plastic. And then by end of this century, this scenario will increase greenhouse gas emission by 30% compared with the BAU. So this is where we have find out. And then the other scenario, I'm not going to run all these scenarios, but this scenario enhances the mechanical recycling. So based on the current rate, we increase the rate to a bit higher rate. The overall greenhouse gas emission will be reduced by 15%. And this, among the also other scenarios, like because recycling and landfill actually have quite low greenhouse gas emission, so how about this combined scenario? So overall, we can see this will reduce the overall greenhouse gas emission by 30%. And if we also have the reduced production emissions at the same time, when we produce the plastic, we also decarbonize this whole process using green electricity, then all these scenarios have a similar trend, but overall we have significantly reduced greenhouse gas emission by end of this century. And actually this is not really hard to understand if you use this diagram to understand, because the whole plastic production, we need the carbon, okay, because the carbon stays in the products. So the decarbonization journey, or the possible future journey, is about where the carbon comes from, where the carbon goes in the end of life. And the vertical is the carbon source, and then the axis is the carbon destination. Conventionally, we use the carbon from ground, the fossil carbon, which is on one region, and then ended up in the atmosphere by incineration. So this is really carbon positive. Okay. For the future, the way is we move the carbon source from ground to the air using biogenic carbon or captured CO2 as the carbon source, and then either you can end up burning plastic, or still you can store the carbon in the ground. You can achieve the really less energy, the emission intensive, or you can even achieve this carbon negativity. So this is the whole story we have mapped together. Okay, thank you.
And this is what it might look like. So that top one is what Famran was just saying about you take it from the ground and get rid of it, and the red line you see is what your emissions might be. But if you take it from a biosource, you end up with a negative footprint to start with because you've taken in the carbon into the plants. And really the question is, what is the gradient of those lines on its way back up? Because if you can make the gradient shallow enough that it still ends up below the x-axis, you end up with a polymer that has taken in carbon overall rather than emitted it. And that's where we have to be aiming for. So in essence, we're saying, how do you make fossils from carbon, not carbon from fossils? And the idea is we want to lock up the carbon. So we need to move away from plastic as a convenience and look to those reuse things we were talking about. How can we make things last a long time? We need to make sure that the plastic is not going to degrade back to CO2 and water, and it has to be collectible without leakage from the system. And the things that need addressing for that is, how clean does it need to be? What does the carbon pricing look like, and where will it go? And Fanran mentioned put it in the ground, but it wouldn't just have to go in the ground. You could use it in building materials and in other places where you effectively lock that carbon up for a really long period of time. So key messages. It's vital we work out what makes sense, when, where, and how. We've talked about lots of different techniques we can do that with. I'm sure lots of you are doing things in that space as well. We all need to work together. Reduction is key. And I pose this as a big question. How do we reduce consumerism and move to a more durable, long-lasting system? Reuse can make a huge impact on lifetime emissions, but the engagement and the reverse logistics are really important. Recycling polymer waste should be prioritised to increase resource efficiency. Landfilling polymers is better than incineration because it's going to be locked up. And inverting the carbon vector could deliver negative emissions. And the final message, which I hope has been clear through today, is that the interdisciplinary work is key. And I don't just mean within a university doing research, I mean between industry, between academia, between policy, because it's only by working in that interdisciplinary way that we'll reach that sustainable future. And now we really have got to the end. Thank you very much.
In the interest of time, I had a lot more to say, but thank you so much for a really comprehensive, broad and deep discussion in everything that's going on here at Sheffield and the whole state of plastic sustainability. So thank you very much. And Fangran, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you separately when Rachel came up, but thank you very much to all our speakers, and please try and grab a quick coffee before you go to the next sessions. Thank you. Yeah.
Start by apologising for the late start. So we shall crack straight on, as we do have to bring this session to a close promptly at midday. My name's Nick Cliff. I am the Deputy Challenge Director for the Smart Sustainable Plastic Packaging Conference. Packaging Challenge. Welcome to the GRIPS Conference, GRIPS 2024. This session today, we've got a really great bunch of speakers who are each going to look at a particular aspect of driving plastic packaging sustainability. We try to identify what the critical building blocks would be, where we think things are going to go forward. We've got a retailer perspective, policy perspective, data, biomaterials, as you heard a little bit about in the opening session, and some really interesting work around the importance of design, particularly with regard to flexible plastic packaging, which collection of which and recycling of which is likely to accelerate over coming years through the Simpler Recycling Initiative. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first of our speakers. After each speaker, we might have an opportunity to take a very quick question, and then, time permitting, at the end of the session, we'll ask all of our speakers to join us, and there'll be an opportunity for general questions. So if I could first please ask Margaret Bates to take to the stage, who's going to talk to us a little bit about extended producer responsibility. Thank you, Margaret.
Hands up, anyone in the room who's heard of EPR? Oh, interesting that people haven't. I wasn't really expecting that, to be honest. I was expecting 100% hands up, so that's a good start, isn't it? So, I'll give you a little bit of a whistle-stop tour of EPR, and then I'm going to explain to you how it's driving innovation, unlike at an event I was at last week when someone said to me, is it stifling innovation? And I managed to keep a straight face, so I was quite pleased with myself. So, what EPR is it's really a financial mechanism to drive change. So what happens currently is local authorities pay the costs of collecting and recycling and disposing of packaging, and what this will do is move that cost back to the people who put it on the market in the hope that that drives change. And what I do for my sins, and clearly I've been very evil, and those of you who know me in the room won't disagree with that, is I sit in the middle of this and I'm heading up the scheme administrator. So what moves the money from one to the other and basically upsets at the same time both local authorities and packaging producers. So I'm equally unpopular throughout the whole value chain. All of this is true. So, packaging EPR is a direct application of the polluter pays principle. And the idea is that moving a direct monetary reflection of the environmental impacts of their packaging will drive businesses to make change. And it already is making that change. So I've been asked by a number of external agencies, so do you think EPR will really make packaging more sustainable? And I would argue that it already is. So an example I use, because it's an award-winning example, is the work Kraft Heinz did to move the squidgy ketchup bottle from having an unrecyclable cap to a recyclable cap by changing the plastic that made up the valve. A lot of work. Most consumers don't really see it, but it meant that it was recyclable. And so this then incentivizes the use of reusable and recyclable packaging, and the plan is that we'll also encourage more domestic reprocessing and overall system design. And we're talking about a significant investment here. So the cost of the turnover of EPR is expected to be somewhere around the £1.7 billion mark. So we're talking about moving a lot of money. And we're expecting that that will drive less waste to landfill, reduce CO2 emissions, reduce packaging, because if you're paying for how much packaging you put on the market, you suddenly become very aware of whether something is necessary or not, but also to drive the increasing recyclability of that packaging to start with. So in England, this will help fund simpler recycling. I'm guessing if you haven't heard of EPR, you haven't heard of simpler recycling. Simpler recycling is basically another collection and packaging reform that will encourage the same things to be collected from all households in England. Other countries already do it. So you'll see if you live in Wales, there's a standardised collection, not 100%, but getting there. And the other nations are also aligning with that. So EPR will help fund that. It'll also bring around about 21,000 jobs, expected to bring a lot of investment in recycling. And we're hoping that it will bring that investment to UK shores. So it will encourage the actual investment in the infrastructure as well. So when I say sustainable packaging, in innovation, we're talking about reuse and refill. We're very keen that reuse and refill happens. Recycling infrastructure, recyclable packaging, and closed loop. So some of the stuff we heard about earlier today, when we're talking about taking materials and closing the loop on it, then there'll be options for exemptions on that. So initially, we're talking about just recyclability, but going forward, it could be that we factor in the carbon footprint. It could be we do a measure of circularity. We could do the water footprint. We could do biodiversity index. We could do impacts on newts. I could do pretty much whatever is deemed to be the most appropriate factor that will drive environmental sustainability of packaging. And the reason we'll drive it is because we have two costs. We have base fees, which you might have seen got a lot of press recently, particularly in glass. So this is how much a producer pays for what they put on the market. But added to that, we're adding modulation. So the overall cost will be the same. But if you think of modulation like a seesaw, some of it, which is deemed bad, will pay more. And so some of it that is deemed good will pay less. And modulation doesn't start in the first year, but we will be publishing those reporting categories for modulation soon. But like I said, they will really quite obviously be linked around recyclability. So if you want to make a wild guess as to what those modulation criteria might be, you'd probably be heading in the right direction. I was going to go through that, but I'm not going to because we're running out. We haven't got that much time, so I'll skip through it. I will also point out that DEFRA and the new government are very keen on circular economy. We are launching a circular economy task force, which will be responsible for developing sector roadmaps. And if you want to be part of that circular economy task force, your window of opportunity to apply is open and closes next week, and the email address is on that page. That was it. So I went quick.
Thank you, Margaret. Does anyone, we have about a minute, if anyone has a quick question for Margaret?
How obedient is that?
That's great. Okay, thank you very much, Margaret. Back at the end. Okay, I'll now invite our next speaker to the stage, offering a perspective from UK's largest retailer, James Ball from Tesco.
Hi everyone. So I was asked to come and sort of talk about the future retail landscape. there's kind of two pieces to it, but before I dive in, just need to do the just the standard pieces of what Tesco stands for in the packaging world. So we're here to influence a better tomorrow than today from a packaging standard point of view, and we've been on that journey now for a long time with a track record of trying to influence and drive better packaging standards for what's on the shelf. Why is that so important? We use over 1 million tonnes of material, over £1 billion worth of cost, 40,000 products, over 200,000 components, lots of influence across a global supply chain for many products going into Europe. So we govern ourselves through a very simple process, and we have to keep it simple because of that, how broad that reach is. We've got a very simple, very easy to understand, but what unlocks very big opportunities. So we stand and govern by 4 R's. We challenge ourselves to remove packaging, sometimes to the disappointment of the consumer, the customer. Removing a lid off something at times feels very frustrating, but actually we're taking a lot of plastic that doesn't need to be there away, even though that customer might think that functionality isn't quite where it needs to be. Then from another angle, where we can't remove things, we've got to reduce it. Reducing it's very complicated. If you're going from something rigid in plastic form to something flexible, the ability to be able to recycle that becomes a problem further down the chain. So we've got to be very balanced in that kind of domino effect of the choices we make. We've got to reuse more, and that's a really big question to ask of how you unlock that. Reuse is very disruptive. We're going from some of the most efficient processes that the world has ever developed in retail, bringing short-coded product to the shelf as quickly as possible, to all of a sudden, how do you do that in a different way with a lot of other legs to that journey, the bring back in particular, and the movement of material from a reverse logistics point of view. And then beyond that, recycle. Which sounds easy when you say it in one word, but recycling is really complicated, really difficult, especially when you've got such a blend, back to that 40,000 products, 200,000 plus components. You've got lots of different elements out there. That in itself kind of paints the picture of what we're driving towards. We're driving towards simplicity. We're trying to unify where we can. At the moment, it's really difficult for the brands, and brands would be surprised hearing me say that, but as retailers, we're all doing something slightly different at the moment, and then there's a layer of legislation that's pulling and pushing different people in different places. If you're a brand there, in the middle of all of that, how have you got certainty to turn left, turn right, or go straight on? So there's lots of work to be done in that space to help unlock that piece of the puzzle. But where are we with all of that, and what are we facing into as we look ahead? So legislation and administration is one piece of the puzzle. I could throw 3-letter or 4-letter acronyms at you all day from this point forward. Margaret's just touched on extended producer responsibility, so I won't go into more detail there, but we've got deposit return schemes where customers have got to bring back beverage containers to us to manage in a different way. And as the retailer, we have to manage that and try and influence the design of DRS in a way that it's a scheme that's really effective for you, the customer, you, the citizen, to be able to bring back those containers that will have a deposit on in the future that doesn't have a deposit on at the moment. Beyond that, we've got plastic packaging tax, how that works, how it invests, how we make sure it's fair for all, level playing field. Food safety contact means it's hard to get recycled content into certain materials, yet certain products may be coming into the UK that actually may or may not have a certificate saying it's got recycled content in, and those that know better would know that there's no way some of that would have a recycled content in it. But how do we generate and influence and advocate for holding that line as it should be lined for what comes into the country, to make it a fair and level playing field for the producers within the UK to not be put at a disadvantage to somebody potentially making a false claim from somewhere else in the world. I say that potentially, but I think there's a lot more for industry to do to look in that space. Then beyond that, we've got CSRD, which is Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, CSR Triple D, which is the due diligence part of that directive, which is thousands of lines of administrative reporting that needs to come in to counteract from a sustainability perspective. What I'm really saying there is if you take a step back, we've got accountancy standards that have got lots of due diligence. We've got a load of sustainability standards in industry that at this point in time haven't got that due diligence, haven't got that consistency in reporting, haven't even got the definition sometimes. So whilst I'm labouring points that you may not expect me to from a retailer perspective, but industry as a whole and retail at the heart of it has got to unlock better data, better traceability and better transparency for ourselves, for that supply chain, for everything upstream and everything downstream into the customer's home to make sure that we have the right checks and balances around fundamental change that's about to land with all of these different pieces of legislation that should drive a better tomorrow than today from a sustainability perspective. That's kind of really interesting, but also quite dull to try and talk to at times. Sorry, Margaret, I know you're at the heart of one of those pieces, but it's really difficult to bring that to life for the customer. You wouldn't expect to. We're not going to try to. So the other side of this is the innovation and the change we've got to drive. It's anchored to the 4 Rs I've already mentioned, but ultimately what we're trying to do is unlock how we use less, how we increase circularity, and how we discover and unlock new ways in which we can capture and process what is used. Really complicated, really difficult, but we've got to make sure we align across the industry, across the value chains to really drive innovation in that space and push ways forward to make sure the material that is really needed to help make sure the product itself gets to the customer in the right way, so we're not writing off the carbon that goes into the product itself. Which sometimes in the packaging agenda does get lost a little bit. It serves an absolute purpose, a fundamental one, to get that product to the consumer in the way they need it. So ultimately where we are, we've got to unlock innovation, we've got to drive change, but to do that, it's piece by piece, right packaging for each product, for each journey, for each need. So it's not a simple ask, it's not a broad brush ask that I can ask those producers of 40,000 products, 200,000 components to do. We've got to do it piece by piece to drive that position of using less, reusing more, and collecting what's left at the end of that. I'll finish there.
I think there's an opportunity for a quick question. Anything specific to what James has just spoken to? We do.
Hi there, I'm Steve. I work for a moulding company that produce caps, enclosures and so forth. Really twofold. How do you see the tethered caps working now? Is that successful? And secondly, I know Tesco do the soft plastics recycling. Do you see yourselves as leader in the recycle chain for that in the supermarkets?
Two good questions. One of the acronyms I left out was PPWR, Packaging and Packaging Waste Regulation, which is the European equivalent that we're wrestling with at the moment. So tethered caps are in play because Europe has asked for tethered caps to be in play, and quite rightly it drives a standard where the cap stays on the bottle. That's flowing through as the right standard to introduce into the UK for ensuring those caps stay in play and don't get lost through the chain. But it's really difficult when the consumer doesn't know about it, and the amount of conversations and interactions with customers we have at the moment through that lack of awareness of what's happening and why is a key challenge with this. And it's a great example of where other legislations outside of the UK is what we're kind of wrestling with, and what is our role, what's government's role, what's broader communications needed to help make that land. So from a customer point of view, are tethered caps working? If you were to run a tally, even in this room, I think I'd find more in the negative than the positive from an interaction. And sadly, that's something that we have to face into. I think it's the tip of the iceberg of blending EU legislation with UK legislation. You can't expect the supply base to do one thing here and something else there. The cost and the efficiency impacts of that are too much. And if you take a step back, the tethered cap does make a lot of sense from a sustainability perspective, but the piece that is absolutely missing is the education, is the understanding that isn't at the moment part and parcel of it. And for all of these legislations to move forward, there's got to be something a little bit better in that space. It's hard to work out who should be taking that role, and it's also very hard as the retailer, whether you're talking about this, talking about the patchwork of recyclability at the moment, it's hard to advise because it's something different in different places or for different products. So that makes that piece of the puzzle very difficult. And the second question, sorry,
just the soft plastics.
soft plastics. Again, time for that. I'll make it as quick as possible because it's a complicated piece. You've got to start somewhere with all of these journeys. You've got to be able to collect material, to have enough material to test and develop solutions. And we've tested and developed many solutions in this space, and we've collected over 20,000 tonnes of soft plastic material since we've been doing our take back. However, on the other side of it, there's lots of scrutiny, and who knows what might hit the media in the weeks ahead even, around question marks over, is that material being managed, where's it going, what's it doing, is it acceptable to downcycle, or, and is downcycling actually part of recycling, and so on. The questions get really complicated, but our opinion is we have to start somewhere, we have to invest in it, we have to capture that material. Yes, we have to stand over that material responsibly and make sure it goes to the right places, but at this point in time, until there is a much more conclusive solution for that material, we will continue to look at the different angles in which we can potentially manage that material. I say potentially because it's all test and learn, and we don't know what will happen next, but we've got to try.
Thank you, James. Checking. Moving on to our next speaker, I'm going to introduce Sophie, or Sophie will introduce herself. Going to talk to us about data, packaging data flows. So if we have a daily allowance of the number of times we're allowed to use the word data.
No, I get a pound every time someone says the
There we
word.
go, perfect. All right. Anyway, Sophie, thank you.
I wish. Great. Can I make this work? No? I run a tech company. It's all fine. Hey, there we go. Okay, awesome. Well, I have to say, thank you, James. You set me up in many ways that I was not expecting. So all advanced circular economy strategies, from refurbishment to recycling, depend on the availability of reliable and up-to-date data, which is currently largely unavailable. So this is from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. They are an organisation that represents, I think, over 230 of the world's largest organisations. Or businesses, I should say. And so the question is, in our increasingly digital world, why is the data not available? And I think that's because when we're talking about sustainability, we're really talking about stuff and supply chains. And generally, businesses haven't really prioritised that kind of data. Most businesses, well, maybe successful ones at least, have a pretty good grasp of their financials, right? So they know what their budgets are, they know what their profit margins are, they know what they've, budgeted for marketing and whether it's on track, what the value of their assets are. And that's a known thing, and that's mainly because, I think, that there's a fiduciary responsibility for those running those businesses to know that. But it's also because a lot of the data around accounting is standardised, and the processes are standardised, and James touched on some of that. Whereas, when it comes to supply chains, and the stuff that they transport and deliver, the materials and resources that actually make up the economic value that we were just talking about, we've largely taken an incredibly high-level approach to that. And mostly when we get into the details, it's because of regulation. Examples might include food traceability, or ingredients or allergens, pharmaceuticals. And some of these have been around a really long time, and some of them are relatively new, but in almost all cases, they've got some sort of agreed standards around what data is going to be collected and how that's going to be reported. And increasingly, from a sustainability point of view, we are being asked to report on more and more things. And whether that's things like mandatory regimes like EPR, which we've talked about, or voluntary initiatives like the Plastics Pact. One second. or things that are looming over the horizon, if you like, things like digital product passports. These are all things that are going to require much more data, and especially when we're talking about packaging. So for the last 3.5 years, we've been working on an open data standard for packaging. We've talked to hundreds of professionals in the packaging ecosystem about their challenges and really taken that on board when we've looked at developing this. It's been a collaborative project funded by SSPP, thank you, Nick, and it's been led by Disposal, Open Data Manchester, OPRL, Recoup and EcoSurety. And what we really realised very early on was that we shouldn't just be looking at data for EPR. Whilst that was a really important thing, that there's all these different reporting requirements that people are needing to meet, and if we took a strategic approach to the data, we could develop something that really helped people to manage all of that packaging data and really move forward in a much more useful and meaningful way. And I'm going to come back to the kind of strategic approach in a minute, but for now I'm just going to carry on focusing on EPR because it really is a big challenge, and I can see Pat laughing at my slides. Apologies, Pat. So EPR is a really big challenge, and whether that's for businesses like James's at the sort of sharp end, if you like, of the obligation stick, or whether it's for the thousands of businesses that sit in their supply chains providing them with products, and their challenge is not that kind of hefty EPR bill, but is instead the very significant reporting burden that they face. In all cases, this is a challenge. And at the moment, the way that people gather this data is in an incredibly manual and unsophisticated way. Things are asked for in multiple different forms and formats, and people are kind of having to provide this to, if you're one of those suppliers in Tesco's supply chain and you also supply other suppliers, customers, retailers, you're going to have all of these different fields that you're having to fill out on all these different forms for all of these different clients, and it is an absolute nightmare. And you might ask, you know, why should somebody like Tesco care about the nightmare of their suppliers? But I think that the reason that we need to care about that, apart from not wanting to inflict misery on people, is that these processes mean that the data is incredibly poor quality. It's patchy, it's full of holes, it's unreliable, and it often does use things like averages and calculations, and frankly, the incredibly dubious process of taking one piece of something, emptying it out of its contents, putting it on a scale, writing it down, and using that for that piece of packaging. We've heard anecdotally from a number of people about points where people have made tiny, tiny mistakes on those weights, right? Less than a gram maybe, but when you talk about that and the millions of those components being sold, that ends up adding up to a very significant amount of money sometimes. And with EPR bringing in higher fees, those errors and those costs are only going to be compounded. So, coming back to what I said earlier about the kind of strategic approach, with Open3P, what we've really tried to do is think about how we can help across the entire packaging ecosystem. And we've really wanted to do that with that kind of strategic approach of thinking about what the building blocks of packaging data are, so that regardless of what thing that you are reporting to, that there is this incredibly accurate, rich, useful data source that you can use for all of those different requirements, whether that's EPR, whether that's for plastic packs, or more accurately, the various different plastic packs that you might have signed up to, whether that's for an LCA. And being able to do that in a way where we share the data burden across the entire supply chain by helping people, by standardizing the data so that when people share it, it's usable by everyone in that supply chain. And so that is what we've been working on, and we're really seeing some really good kind of uptake in that. Because the thing is at the moment, everybody's still very much working on spreadsheets. And while spreadsheets are great, and I'm not going to rubbish them, they're very useful, we need to move beyond spreadsheets when we're talking about packaging data, because it's complex. And in the same way that we've moved beyond doing, double entry bookkeeping in a ledger, we need to do that here, right? We need to move beyond spreadsheets, and we need to start seeing the data as something that we can do really cool stuff with. And if it's standardized, we can do amazing things with it, because the standardization means it becomes interoperable, systems can talk to each other and you can share it. That sharing happens much more streamlined. We can unlock the door to innovation, because standards basically create a level playing field and help people to know the rules of the game so that they can engage. It prevents vendor lock-in, and it stops that kind of stagnation from that. And frankly, you can do really cool stuff like this, right? This is us using the data from a supply chain to map it. And you can start doing some really interesting analysis, which is super hard to do if you're just on spreadsheets. And I think that, you know, when we're thinking about the future, although we're not there yet, chemicals of concern are incredibly, you know, they're in the news a lot, and we know that there are chemicals of concern in food contact packaging. And it's not kind of hit the headlines yet, and it's not being something that people are reporting on, but I think it will be. And at the moment, pretty much none, I think, of the retailers, brands, packer fillers that we've spoken to would be able to accurately and confidently tell you whether there are any of those chemicals in their packaging portfolio. But with standards, we can start to get that level of data because we're sharing that burden across the board. And I think it's really important that we do that in a strategic and proactive way, rather than being on the back foot and dealing with it when regulations in our face and we're worried about reputational damage. So, there is so much focus on data, and yes, please keep saying it. And I think it's only kind of fueled by all the stuff that's happening around AI and the promises and kind of, you know, predictions of what that'll do. But if we don't get the basics right, we're not going to reap the benefits of that. And so we absolutely have to do that. Good quality data unlocks an enormous amount of opportunity. And open standards like Open3P are the key enabler to allow us to do that. So yes, I'm Sophie Walker. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Disposal and the head of strategic partnerships for Open3P. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sophie. 28, I think.
28.
Times you said data.
Oh, nice.
But anyway, we do have time for a quick question. If there is someone, please raise your hand. Pat has a microphone.
I thought you were going to say Pat's got a question. I was going to say she's not allowed one.
Is that? Oh, yeah. Time for one. Thank you. There we go. Thanks, Pat.
Sorry, I'm sat in the most awkward place. So you've got a good handle on data, and we've been speaking this morning about reusables, and it seems to me there's probably going to be some new data requirements and loops. What do you think the problems coming up in that kind of reusable scenario might be in terms of getting data that's relevant to people that want to see it?
Ooh, okay. Normally when people ask me about reusables and kind of reuse, we haven't gone into detail on reuse in Open3P because there is quite a lot of other stuff happening in that space, and what we've tried to do is not to reinvent the wheel or kind of stand on people's toes. So I know that there are data standards out there that are looking at reuse. There's the reuse standard and there's the PR3, I think, coming out of the States. I mean, I think probably in some ways the challenges are the same, right? As in, it's people wanting to be able to capture that data easily and kind of in a streamlined way and be able to analyze what that is in a kind of trusted and understandable format. I mean, I think with reuse, the key thing I suspect people are going to want to know is that it's safe and that they can trust it. And so I think anything that kind of helps with the traceability piece that James touched on, I think is probably the sort of thing that we're going to need to see. But that's definitely not my main area of expertise, though.
Okay. Thank you, and sorry for the incorrect question then.
No, perfectly reasonable question. Cool, thanks.
Thank you, Sophie. Just checking, yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, we move on to our next speaker. Liz, if you'd like to come up. Introduce yourself. But Liz, here from the CFlex project, talking a lot about the importance of design for delivering more sustainable outcomes.
Thank you very much, Nick. Morning, everyone. I'm Liz Morrish from CFlex, and here today to talk about our our approach to designing flexible packaging. We've already heard it mentioned a couple of times this morning as something that's particularly challenging. Particularly today, I'm going to talk about our approach to using data. Another pound for Sophie. I'll try and add a few more. So at CFlex, we are a We are a value chain collaboration of the flexible packaging industry. We've got nearly 200 companies and organisations that have come across the whole value chain. So we have all the big polymer producers, other material producers, packaging converters, brand owners, sorters, recyclers, technology providers. And this critical mass is collaborating to solve the challenges that how do we make flexible packaging circular? So our vision at C-Flex, or what we call our mission circular, is that all flexible packaging should be collected and made available for recycling, with 80% at least of those materials entering a recycling process to then be returned to the economy and used in a range of end markets. For us, a key aim is that those recycled materials should replace a virgin material. And as James has already mentioned, in Europe we have the packaging and packaging waste regulation, which is actually very well aligned to C-Flex and our mission and our activities. Sorry, I keep pressing the button too firmly. We deliver our work by following what we call a demand-driven approach, and that really means understanding where the recycled materials are going to go. Once we've collected, sorted, recycled this packaging, we've got a recycled material. Where's it going to go? Who's going to use it? Which end applications? Which end markets? And the reason why we do that is to understand the requirements from the end users so that we can then feed that into how should we do the recycling, what technologies are needed, how do we then get that sorted to feed into the recycling technologies, how do you then collect that packaging. So it's a sort of, in some ways, a sort of opposite direction to what you would expect, but taking that demand-driven approach really means that we sort of make sure that sustainability and having those materials coming back into the economy is more definite. We also do work on design, which I'll come on to shortly, and then also EPR and legislation, as you would expect. So design, as we've already heard, plays a really crucial and central role in making flexible packaging circular. It has such a significant impact on how flexible packaging can be sorted, how it can be recycled, and ultimately the quantity and the quality of the recycled materials that are produced, and of course the cost of the whole process, as we've heard Margaret talk about earlier this morning. We have produced a comprehensive set of design guidelines for flexible packaging. At the moment, these are focused on polyolefins, so PE and PP, and just on mechanical recycling pathways. The guidance is there really to help brand owners, packaging technologists, material suppliers to make the right design decisions for flexibles. The guidelines are available on the website there, guidelines.cflex.eu, and they're freely available to anybody. You don't need to be a C-Flex stakeholder. We also have an online tool where users can enter their packaging specification data if they have it, as best as they can, and then the tool does a check for you to see whether you adhere to the C-Flex guidelines or not. In addition, we've been delivering a very comprehensive programme of testing to improve and update our design guidelines, which were first launched in 2020. As we were working on this first phase of our design guidelines, we very quickly realised there were quite significant gaps in knowledge, in data, in understanding, and that had quite a big impact on what we then went on to do in terms of the phase 2 testing programme. Our initial guidelines are very much based on sort of industry knowledge at the time, commercial practices of recyclers, and they formed a very good basis on what we knew at the time. But what we really needed was more testing, more data, more understanding of how flexible packaging can be sorted and how it can be recycled, and then to use that data to feed back into the guidelines to improve and to update them. So we developed a testing programme to answer those questions, and we came up with what seemed to be an ever-growing list of questions around flexible sortability and recyclability. We've put a consortium together, and we've worked with our C-Flex stakeholders, academic partners, the laboratories that have been doing the testing for us, and have been very fortunate to have co-funding from Innovate UK to support delivery of the programme. So the approaches involve lots of different stages. At the beginning, we looked and tried to decide, well, what test methods should we use? One of the issues that we had when we were developing the first set of guidelines was that Testing had been done, but everyone used a slightly different methodology. People used different labs, different sample materials, and it was quite difficult to do comparisons of different data sets. So what we wanted to do was have one sort of robust set of testing methods. We looked at other testing methods that were out there, and we've tweaked those to make sure that they're suitable and appropriate for our testing programme. As the testing was delivered, that's been obviously the largest part of the programme, actually, to get samples, which mainly have been provided by our CFlex stakeholders, and then working with the laboratories to undertake the testing. As you can imagine, the testing generates a huge amount of data that then needs to be reviewed and validated, and that's very much the focus of what we're doing at the moment. But importantly, a key step is translating that data into design guidance that the value chain can then use. So as well as having the data there, that's just really sort of the stepping stone to then updating the guidance. Collaboration has been really important, as you can imagine, across the whole process. So we've conducted a huge amount of testing to really understand both sortability and recyclability. So on sortability, we've looked at technologies that exist today, used in MRFs, so NIR, eddy current, metal detection, and tried to understand how flexible packaging can be sorted and classified and identified using those technologies. The main part of the testing has been mechanical recyclability and to really face when they get to a recycling process. So we've really conducted a huge amount of testing. You can see some of the numbers there. So sort of more than 350 samples have been gone through our sortability testing, more than 230 through the recyclability testing on a really wide range of structures. So these are some of the parts of our existing design guidelines, and these are some of the materials and elements that we've looked at in our testing programme. So for example, inks, we've looked at different types of inks, different amounts of inks, different types and amounts of adhesive, different barrier materials, aluminium foil, nylon, EVOH, for example. A key difference to the testing programme that we've done is that we have drilled down into looking at the individual impact of these materials and elements. So what we haven't done is looked at the recyclability of a whole pack, which is what maybe a brand owner or a converter might do on their packaging structure to understand the whole recyclability. We've gone sort of tried to go more fundamental than that to understand what impact does an ink have, what impact does an adhesive have, what are the levels that can go into a flexible packaging structure without causing any issues for recyclability. The whole testing programme has really helped to develop a very deep understanding of flexibles that maybe weren't there sort of 5-6 years ago, certainly across the value chain, and ultimately that will help to improve the design of flexibles and then the recyclability. In terms of next steps, we're aiming to complete this second phase of testing in the coming weeks. We're very close to just finishing off the final few tests with the laboratories, which is great. We have already started reviewing a lot of the test data, but that will be certainly a focus for the next few months. And then importantly, as I said before, we've got to translate that data into design guidance. So although the data on its own is extremely valuable, it needs to be translated and put into sort of a usable form for the value chain to see what impact these different materials have on the designs of flexible packaging. We've developed a process with our stakeholders in CFlex to sort of share the data with them, translate the data, review the data, and ultimately to update our design guidance. So in the next 6 to 9 months, you'll see a whole series of updates coming into our design guidance that are available on the website that I mentioned before. Ultimately, obviously, we need the value chain to adopt and implement the design guidance to make the changes. Importantly for us at CFlex, and I know Innovate UK are very keen on this as well, is we will be producing and publishing summary reports of the test work that we've done, making the test data available so that that learning and that understanding can be shared across the value chain. And finally, we've already started to identify even more testing that's needed. It's a bit of a never-ending list as new materials are used and developed, and we're hoping to put together a programme that will start doing that testing from 2025. That's it for me. That's my email if anyone wants to get in touch or any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Liz. As before, we have time for one quick question, if anyone in the audience has one. Oh, sorry, Pat. Right over the other side.
Pat needs to get her steps in today, so...
Thank you. Hi Liz, Brian Lodge from the BPF.
Hello, Brian.
We know that multinational companies sell the same product right across Europe, but recycling infrastructure is different in each country. So how do you develop a testing regime that can reflect that huge diversity of facilities available?
Good question. It's challenging. What we've done is we've tried to use what would be the most common technology and processes used by a PE or a PP mechanical recycler across Europe. So sort of what would be counted as state of the art at the moment and current practices. And those have been, I mean, it's the standard stuff. So I mean, how is it sorted by those technologies that I mentioned, the cleaning process, the extrusion process. So the laboratory tests have obviously mimicked the process as much as possible, and hopefully sort of replicate the vast majority of the recycling processes. There'll always be slight differences. Recyclers might have a slightly different process. Otherwise, you'd be testing just for an individual recycler, which isn't something that we can do. In terms of different infrastructure in different countries, the guidelines aren't country specific. I think that's the next stage after a guidelines is then start to look at, well, how does that work in terms of collection, sorting, recycling infrastructure in a country. But our guidelines are very much focused on those sort of standard, as much as possible, recycling processes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Now I'll welcome our last speaker to the stage, Stuart. I'd like to particularly thank Stuart for stepping in at very late notice to join the speakers today. Thank you.
Thank you. No problem. Hello, everybody. I'm Stuart Walker from the Grantham Centre for Sustainable Futures. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the outlook for bio-based alternatives as we see it. So I'm going to cover a few kind of main areas. So first of all, talk about what we mean in this context, or what I mean today by bio-based, and the various kind of variations on bio-type things. And then I'm going to talk about 4 areas of kind of challenges, so regulation, assessment, comparison, and commercialization. That's by no means an exhaustive list, but those are the ones we've got time to cover a little bit today. And then talk about some work that we've been doing on tipping points, which is about kind of transitions between fossil and biopolymers. So first of all, talking about bio-based and biodegradable polymers, talking about what we mean by those various things. So we can put things into this kind of helpful square. People may have seen this sort of thing before, but if you look along the bottom row, the fossil-based polymers, the bottom left, fossil-based, non-biodegradable. They're obviously the very conventional polymers that we know and love, that have served us well for a long time. If we go above those, we've got bio-based, non-biodegradable polymers, so like bio versions of those polymers. So a lot of those might be kind of drop-in replacements or alternatives made from different feedstocks that basically give us the same products. Across on the top right, we've got bio-based and biodegradable. So those are kind of PLA, cellulose type products, things like that can be composted or can be biodegraded. And then in the bottom right, we've got a fairly small kind of niche within a niche of the fossil-based biodegradable polymers. So there's a PBAT have been the most common one of those, and a few alternatives. So the first thing, basically, I'm going to talk about today about the comparison of everything else with those in the bottom left, so with those conventional ones. But first of all, I'm just going to have a quick look at the kind of global production volumes or production mass, just to give us an idea of the kind of relative scales here. So per year, those fossil-based polymers in total about 250 megatons, 250 million tons of annual production globally. If we then compare that to each of the other squares, so using the squares to kind of give us some scale, so those bio-based and non-biodegradable polymers, about 1.5 megatons. The top right, the cellulose and those PLA type polymers, about 7.5 megatons. And the last one's about 500,000 tons. So if we add those together, we get about, the bio-based stuff is something of the order of 10 million tons, and the fossil-based is something of the order of 250. So you can see the differences in scale, and that leads to all kinds of other kind of challenges in the bio-based sector about obviously the economies of scale and production volumes and doing things on a large scale rather than kind of batches and that sort of stuff, which is another area that we're not really going to talk about today. So some things we are going to talk about today. So challenges. So I said I'd talk about 4 things: regulation, assessment, comparison, and commercialization. So first of all, some kind of regulatory challenges. So this is based on kind of stuff that we've done in the BB RegNet Regulatory Science and Innovation Network. So this is looking at kind of how biomass is used, and there's some kind of regulation sort of challenges and things that need to be sorted out around that. So this is the UK biomass strategy. If we look at the bottom, this is talking about that in the short, medium and long term, biomass use should be compliant with waste hierarchy principles, which seems pretty reasonable. So then the next step will be to go to look at those waste hierarchy principles to see how we can kind of fit our polymers into that. So if we then look at a couple of examples of waste hierarchies, so you can see the two, one on the left and one on the right. You can see that going from the least preferred at the bottom up to the top, you can see on the one on the left, we've got in number 4, anaerobic digestion and incineration, and then above that we've got composting. So we could argue that if we can sort of intervene in stage 3, make a polymer that can then be composted, we're ahead of anaerobic digestion and incineration. So that kind of helps with the market, helps with the availability of biomass, helps with how we can kind of set up a sector that people can kind of put some faith in. But then if we look over at the other hierarchy on the right-hand side, you can see it's swapped around. So now anaerobic digestion is now preferred to composting. So that makes it very difficult to kind of make a case for using materials in certain ways if it's not clear that the whole sector or the whole industry has the same availability and everything's been treated in the same way. So that's a kind of regulatory challenge that's been suggested to us from regulators. Okay, looking at some assessment challenges. So I work in life cycle assessment, so apologies if I talk about that a lot. I'll try to just skip over it like everything else. But life cycle assessment of bio-based products is particularly challenging. We have a lot of issues, but 3 of them just highlighted there. So obviously biogenic carbon is a big challenge, and how that's accounted for in a fair way, in a consistent way, and how we make sure that everybody understands what we're talking about there. Feedstock availability, competition or comparison with sustainable aviation fuels, with food, with land use, everything else like that. There's lots of kind of issues to be considered there, and it's not just looking in a plastic sector. So all those other things I talked about, we also need to be interacting and considering things from those other sectors to make sure that we're looking at this holistically. We can't all be trying to use the same available stock of biomass, otherwise, someone's going to have a problem somewhere. End-of-life treatment, particularly composting, as Rachel pointed out earlier, composting kind of sits generally outside our lovely kind of triangular waste hierarchies and things like that, so it presents a challenge how we present that. Do we call it biological recycling? Does it fit in there? Does it fit in a different stream? How do we do that? So that's the challenges of assessing the bio-based products. There's another level of assessment of challenge, when we then try to compare those assessments to assessments of fossil-based polymers. So then we have issues around kind of impact categories, so impact categories that were developed when fossil materials were the incumbent materials, so they're suitable for comparing X fossil material to Y fossil material, but then when we bring in another product, a bio-based product that has other advantages, those impact categories don't reflect that, so we end up, trying to compare, trying to say how good an orange is by how big the seeds are and how nice the stalk is and things like that. It's the categories we developed for apples, not for oranges, so it's very hard to compare oranges. I just thought that. I don't know if that's a good one or not. There's also, in that similar context, there's kind of data gaps. And as we said earlier, again, about kind of things like allowing compostable food waste to get to compost, which it wouldn't otherwise. There's benefits kind of beyond greenhouse gas. And the reason that we want to get all those things right is to enable comparisons and enable us to produce some kind of meaningful figures. So you can see here, this is results from a comparison that we did of about 50 odd LCA studies. You can see for any polymer, if you pick any polymer, bio-based or fossil, you can see there's a pretty big range for each one. In an ideal world, these would all be one single dot, because a polymer should really have it should be a single value. So you can see that we have lots of challenges here around variation, even within the fossil sector. So that's due to standardization of LCA partly. It's due to those ISO standards that are kind of wonderfully vague that allow people to be as creative and do whatever they want. But there's lots of kind of potential in that comparison sector for better kind of, not necessarily regulation, but better agreement on standards and methodologies for doing things like that. The next, so commercialization challenges. So this one is from some work that we did with the BBIA and others at the BB RegNet project, looking at the perception of the bio-based sector around kind of LCA and how important it is, and then how good it is, essentially. So you can see the first pie chart shows that 95% of people said that LCA was important. 5% obviously didn't understand the question. But you can see that it's perceived as a very important thing. And then when we ask those same people, is it good? Does it kind of serve your purpose? You can see that there's quite a lot said that the standards favoured fossil materials, were kind of skewed towards fossil materials. There were a few said favoured biomaterials, but you can see generally that most found that it was kind of skewed the other way. And again, similarly around regulation, they were generally found to be unsatisfactory. So there's a lot of work to be done there around helping that sector commercialise and helping LCA and other things be part of that. Okay, so that was some challenges. So the next thing, the last thing I'm going to talk about is a bit of work about that we've done, which is called, we're calling tipping points. So looking at how things are changing over time. So the most important bit of this is probably this slide. So what we've got here is defossilization of electricity. If we focus on the left-hand graph for now. So if you look at the black line on there, that's the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero projection for our electricity emissions in the UK, the black line. The dotted blue line is a simplified version of that, which then carries on to 2050. The red one, which is the one that we'll focus on going forward really, is a simplified version of that, which then heads off to net zero by 2050, which is what we said we'll do. The green line is a direct net zero, which is not relevant really. But if we look at the red line, that's our kind of electricity projection for between now and 2050. The other graph on the right-hand side, the heat source one, so that's looking at heat. So if the black line is heat provided by gas, so that's the greenhouse gas emissions of heat provided by gas. The series of red lines are looking at if we switch to hydrogen provided by steam methane reforming, and the variation in the three red lines represent the three versions of electricity that we saw on the left. So you can see generally heat provided by hydrogen from steam methane reforming is a bit better than gas. The blue lines represent the same thing for heat provided by hydrogen generated by electrolysis. So you can see immediately if we decarbonise our electricity by the red line on the left, you can achieve heat, decarbonised heat through the blue line on the right-hand side because we rely on electricity for that. So we can then apply that to polymers, those assumptions. So we're going to look at PET. There's a lot of lines on there, so if we just simplify that and just look at that one decarbonisation of electricity source, we can see that things basically can decarbonise over time, and I'll look in detail at those in a second. But the first thing to point out is that we do get some tipping points. So this is based on those assumptions and just for PET, but if we compare fossil PET, which is the dashed lines, to bio-PET, which is the solid lines, you can see that we can achieve some tipping points, and quite soon. But one key thing there is that it really relies on that decarbonisation of heat. So if we go back to the bigger graph again, you can see that if we don't decarbonise heat and we stick with gas, we get the green line along the top. So even if we change to bio-PET and we don't decarbonise heat, it's actually worse than fossil PET. If we do change and we decarbonise heat, it can be better. Okay, and I'm running out of time, so conclusions quickly. Comparing fossil-based and bio-based things is difficult. We can do it, but it's quite difficult, and we need to be very clear about how we're doing that. We need to be very transparent and clear about how we do that. Composting doesn't fit nicely into the waste hierarchy. It's really important, but we need to sort of consider how we consistently represent that. Work is underway on how we do that. Yeah, and just that last point that we saw about polymers will change with decarbonisation, tipping points will occur, and heat transition is very important. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for stressing you out, Nick.
Thank you, Stuart. Actually, Stuart, if you wouldn't mind taking a seat there. Yes. If I could invite the other speakers to come back up. We have just a few minutes left. If there are any questions, either specifically for Stuart or to ask the panel more generally. So, one at the back. If I could please ask people to keep questions brief, as we are very short on time. Thank you.
Oh, pressure. Ben McGreeth from Waters. I've got a question to do with how you think industry is set for especially on the chemicals of concern. So the testing around it and how you think, especially with the recycling process, with the reusability, the impact of an industry which doesn't routinely do chemicals of concern, how you think that's going to be managed.
Okay, does anyone want to go in there first? Sophie?
Okay, so again, that's not my area of expertise. But I think that if we don't even have a clue what's in there, then the testing is going to be even more important. But I think maybe we can help by starting to understand what's actually in the stuff, and then we can try to keep an eye on it. But yeah, that's my very short and uneducated answer.
Okay. Ooh, James?
Yeah, I think there's a journey here. There's a lot of very good testing in places, a lot of unknowns in other places. I think from here, there's much more. A programme needs to be defined, it needs to be clear who owns that and how it unlocks it. But this isn't a UK challenge, this is a global challenge, which makes it even more complicated. Hence, I was looking for the words and used programme as a cop-out, really. How this works globally, there are some big question marks there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, should we take the next? I think that I saw, David, you had a question at the back.
Thank you, Pat. David Greenfield. Really brilliant presentations. Data and information. We know that there is huge amounts of data out there, but how are we actually creating the information to enable some of the delivery of EPR, but also, more importantly, looking at how we can actually capture those raw materials for second life, next life, and third life, because there does appear to be quite a gap in that space.
Oof.
Doesn't solve it all, but GS1 are looking at the right data standards. So there's a uniform description, all the relevant details that, by association. That's step one. That needs to be signed off and agreed by enough of industry to adopt it. And then from there, it starts to unlock that secondary, tertiary purpose. So the journey started, one of many. But there's, again, a lot more needed there to get the alignment across industry.
Taking on the second part of your question, the steering group, so the scheme administrator has a steering group that's made up of the value chain. We just kicked off a series of co-design activities to try and work out on the next iteration of EPR governance how we can make sure that that stimulates investment in recycling and reprocessing infrastructure, and how can we make sure that that's onshored, so therefore we can have greater capture rates of those materials. But I think that's also integrated into the sector roadmaps that will be developed as part of the Circular Economy Task Force.
Okay, all right. I'm afraid to say that time has beaten us. Unfortunately, we're catching up from a little bit of a late start first thing this morning. So if you please take the opportunity to thank our panellists again today. Thank you very much, everyone. And just to let you know, per the schedule, we now have about an hour and a half, I think, for lunch. Lunch is available up where the teas, coffees and other refreshments were earlier. Please, the next sessions start at 1:30. And again, please see the programme for the different session titles and room locations. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yep. Right. Afternoon, everybody. And afternoon to everyone joining online as well. I think there's a fair number of them, so that's good. My name is Gavin Lewis. I'm an innovation lead with the Smart Sustainable Plastic Packaging team at Innovate UK. We've funded a lot of projects looking across reuse and recycle and reduce. And I think what we hear about reduce, and we heard a bit more about that from Tesco this morning, is that the kind of low-hanging fruit, I guess, the options to remove unnecessary packaging and also options to reduce the weight of existing packaging, a lot of the easy stuff has been done. There's still work to be done, but a lot of the easy wins have already been won. So with that in mind, what about refillable packaging? Going to hear from a number of speakers this afternoon that are doing it or have tried it, and also get a perspective from Tesco, the UK's largest grocery retailer. So hopefully it'll be a good session. We'll have time for questions at the end. So I'm going to let each one of them introduce themselves as they come up. But we do have James from Tesco, Jane from City to Sea, Catherine from Unpackaged, or Go Unpackaged, and Philip from Bauer Collective, and Safia from Club Zero. So without wasting any more time, I'm going to ask James to come up and give the retailer perspective.
Thank you. James Bull from Tesco. I head up the packaging team. And where to start with reuse? It's been a long journey already, but that journey sort of evaporates into insignificance when you look forward at how far we've got to go from where we are today when it comes to this agenda. So I sometimes use these sessions as a way of replacing the need for counselling, and when it gets to Q&A we might get to that piece of it. But it's quite a complicated piece of the puzzle, and it's complicated for many reasons. First and foremost, you're trying to generate a business case to offset what is a very efficient and well-developed process. The end-to-end of retail is one of the most efficient processes and models the globe can witness and has played out on repeat. And then I rock up and say, we're using too much material and we've got to do something different, but it's going to cost you. And that's quite a difficult place to start. But before I do the woe me, I'll raise back out of it and talk more broadly about the reuse agenda, because you don't need the woe me. Before I start going any deeper though, I think it's important to kind of signpost that the journey needs to change. There needs to be a critical mass, there needs to be an understanding, there needs to be an alignment, and there needs to be a kind of evolution in the way we really think about reuse from a retailer and a provision of goods to customers. That's really complicated, because before you get any deeper, what does reuse really mean? Is it about refills, something you purchase, you take home and put into another container when you get there? Is it about pre-fill, something already filled that you take away, use and bring back afterwards? Or is it about dispensing where you bring your own? Even just that by itself is complicated to unpick, to say, should it be one, another, or all three of those options? And to that point of needing critical mass, if we're not clear on which routes we're taking for which products, back to Tesco, 40,000 products, where does reuse make sense, in what form? It becomes a very complicated decision tree before you even get into the what's the business case, how do you unlock it, and how do you engage with the customer, which is the other side of the coin here, that from a customer journey perspective, looking at reuse is really difficult from what a customer is used to doing today. You take it, you consume it, you dispose of it. And all of a sudden you're saying, actually, you've got to do a bit more. We need, from a planetary perspective, we need to do a bit more. If I look at it from a Tesco perspective and ask myself a question, how can I halve the impact of the packaging that's on our shelves? There's only one really big lever. It's hard to admit to it or get people to recognise it, but there's only one really big lever to pull to get to that halving of, and it is reuse. We can de-weight, we can use a little bit less, we can take the lid off a pot, we can do all these little things, but they're incremental benefits. And they're all great as well, but beyond that, you've got to unlock reuse. To unlock reuse, we've got to get to an agreement on what products are most suitable for reuse to start the journey. We can't go and we can't turn it on overnight and turn off single use. So where do you start? Where do you prioritise? How do you engage in a way that leverages all channels? Customers shop in different ways. Large stores, big shops, online, on the go. We've got to make it work across all of those channels. Fundamentally, one of our biggest learnings after doing some reuse trials in partnership in the past is you can't do it by yourselves. We can't develop a Tesco model, and the next retailer, and the next retailer, because we all know we shop in multiple places. You've got to get to that point where you can buy anywhere, return anywhere, and make it work. Beyond that, you've got to develop what is the model that gets to scalability for backhaul, the cleaning and the filling of, because the fill will be a different mechanism to what it is today for the production line. And then even beyond that, then the engagement with the customer, the terminology, the education. What do we really mean with the words? And at the moment, when you talk to consumers, the word reuse doesn't mean a lot to many people. You start talking about returnable packaging, starts to make sense but feels complicated, and so on. You get into different dynamics with it. So, look, I could go on with the long shopping list, but that gives you a bit of a framing of what we're trying to unpick. The ambition that we're trying to unlock is to use less single use, to halve the impact on our planet of the material we use. And as you get beyond that, we've got to drive the right innovation, we've got to find the right investment, and we've got to develop a new infrastructure that can really accommodate reuse if we're to stand a chance. But beyond that, education, advocacy, and legislation are all required as well if we're truly to unlock that. But where we are now, we need to test more, we need to learn more, we need to definitely educate more, and we've got to expand and we've got to progress.
Right, thank you very much, James from Tesco. So now we've got Jane that's going to come up and talk about the work City to Sea have been doing in this space.
This one. Oh, here we go. Hi, so hello, I'm Jane from City to Sea. We're a not-for-profit campaigning organisation, and I suppose as I'm in the room, one of the first things I'm going to bring to the table is just to remind us why we're here. So I'm here because 90% of seabirds are found to have plastic in their tummies, because less than 10% of the plastic we've ever created has been recycled. And also because I'll give you an anecdote just to frame this conversation. So I was on the beach with my son, who's 15, this summer, and we started talking about what we were picking up on the beach, doing a beach clean. And he said, "Mother," because obviously he's very respectful, "but why are we still finding these things on the beach?" And I heard myself say to my son, "Well, because actually at the moment the commercials don't stack up." And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that today. But City to Sea really represent the people part of the packaging problem. And you may be familiar with some of our work. Here, sorry. Ooh. And you may be familiar with some of our work, the Refill campaign, World Refill Day. We also have a returnable cup scheme that we're running in Cardiff, so anybody who's around there could go and try that with us. But the part that we play in this project, in the Refill Return Repeat project, which is supported by UKRI, is as the research and behaviour change partner. So we're looking at consumers' journeys, how are they interacting with the product, what are the blockers, what can we learn from the data so that we can give these kinds of projects the best chance of success when they hit the shelves. So a quick synopsis of the Reposit project, and I'm not from Reposit, so anything controversial or inaccurate I say today is on me, not them. But the Reposit project does embrace refill and pre-fill. This shows you the pre-fill journey, so the consumer picks up their product off the shelf in Marks and Spencer's, they use the product, and then when they return the packaging, They do a couple of scans of QR codes, pop the packaging in, and then that goes back into a system. And we've been doing in-situ focus groups, qualitative surveys, and various observations to try and understand that journey. And there's lots more that we all need to learn around price perception, around return behaviours, around packaging perception. We've got a long way to go. And James mentioned collaboration, and I know that many partners in the room from Sheffield Hallam themselves have got lots of insights around consumer behaviours, and one thing we need to do is to share that learning so that we can have a consistent voice and use of language to consumers who are on their way. And so is reuse on a tipping point? I mean, tipping point theories will share numbers anywhere between 5 and 25 to 30%, but given the last figures that I saw that are hovering around the 1% mark, we'd probably say we're probably not at a tipping point, but there are sectors where that tipping point might be quicker to reach, like food to go. But our research does show that consumer readiness is there, that people want to shop in a different way, that they're ready to switch, and that the intention to buy is there. But I can hear you all saying, oh yeah, but what people say and what people do is very, very different. So our part in this project really is to look at that say-do gap, from intention to actual trial and return. Where are those wrinkles, and what is holding up adoption? And I guess you'll know from City to Sea, a lot of my colleagues have got a strong marketing and FMCG background, and we're all keen to use those skills to change the way that we shop for good. And one thing we do know is that brands and retailers are very, very good at marketing. And what we'd like to see is all of those skills put to the service of reuse, so driving desire, making the packaging look good, building that relationship between the consumer and the packaging, understanding consumer behaviours, and using that user experience. I'd be interested to hear from you, Nick, around that e-commerce, and whether that is also one of those sectors that might be closer to the tipping point than what's actually happening in store, where our behaviours are so entrenched. So the outputs of our research and the work we're doing really shows how to leverage those marketing sciences that drive sales. So it has to be easy. You need to still be grabbing their attention on the shelf, showing those benefits up front, and also sharing the impact. And that's where tech can be useful in driving adoption, where there are some consumers, not all, but there are some consumers who are motivated to understand what their impacts are. And, a lot of what we come across is this sense that reuse dilutes brand equity. It's a threat to the brand equity that has been built up over years. And what we want to see is building a new kind of brand equity, a more positive kind of brand equity. So the fear around standardised packaging is that it takes away that uniqueness, but there is many ways that packaging can look more distinct, whether that's with pumps or use of colour or with labelling. But it's also about building that connection to packaging, that counter-worthy, shiny piece of packaging that is on your worktop day in and day out, that you build a relationship with. And there are the benefits of the added data that we can gather around the user experience. So how long does somebody have the product for? What's the life cycle? How can that improve things like volume and those kinds of benefits to the supply chain? And I guess a key piece that we're finding, and we're definitely seeing this in the Marks and Spencer stores that we've been in for the longest, is that as the staff understand the product more, understand the offer more, and are able to communicate that to customers, adoption is getting much better. So we also must keep remembering that it's people who are selling these goods, and innovation is one thing, but it's really about the market and the people that are there. And I guess the final point here around the loyalty loop, again, using that nice marketing theory, what better than to lock your consumer in to a return journey where you're also able to understand what their behaviours are and to build that relationship with the product. So coming back to my conversation on the beach with my son around the commercial position, and where City to Sea are focusing our work over the coming months, is that, we know that at the moment, reuse cannot compete with single use. And therefore it's not commercially viable. Everybody has to get paid, right? This system that James mentioned, which is so incredibly successful and that so many of us are so fully invested in, needs to change. And the only way we can do that is to obviously build the market and to drive collaboration, and Catherine and others will talk about collaboration across industry that's so important. But from our perspective, we also need to change the legislative space to actually make single-use less competitive than reuse, to provide that burning platform that then creates that business consumer change, business behaviour change, apologies. So we are looking for legally binding targets. We're calling for a ban in single use where it is appropriate to do so. And this is where these levers kind of build together to hit that 30% mark. So if you have food to go sector where you ban single use to dining, and you have then the innovations coming up from startups like Club Zero to deliver those solutions, and you have the consumer readiness and the right language and the right marketing so consumers understand what's happening, those are the tools to unlock the kinds of change that we'll be looking to deliver in the future. That's all from me.
Thanks, Jane. Now we've got Kath Conway from Go Unpackaged, who's going to talk about the system they've been designing to try and tackle some of the issues around reuse.
Can I try the clicker? Does it work? No. How does this work? That way. Okay, hi. I'm Catherine from Go Unpackaged. We are a consultancy and we work with businesses to help them transition from single-use to reusable packaging. We also work on policy as well to, as you say, try and change the regulatory environment more in favour of reuse. So I'm here today to talk about the Refill Coalition, which is our biggest project at the minute and is thankfully funded by Innovate UK. So we are a coalition of retailers. So we are Aldi, trialling the in-store model, Ocado trialling the online model, CHEP, who manage all our washing and logistics. We've got a new retailer coming in, which is very exciting. And then we work with lots of equipment manufacturers that you'll recognise from the reuse space. So what we have developed is a scalable solution for in-store refill and a scalable solution for online. I'm going to call it mini bulk, so it's how you get items to consumers in slightly larger than consumer sizes. So just to explain to you the in-store model. So traditionally, to do refill in-store, you had a hopper and someone at the back of store had to take things out of a 25-kilo sack and wash and clean and do all of this. So it added a huge amount of cost and complexity into a supermarket model that just couldn't handle it. So what we've done is we've effectively redesigned it so you've got like a beer keg, we call it the vessel, and that can be filled at source, sealed, so it maintains hygiene, shelf life, comes out, the person in store just has to put on the nicely branded front, and then it goes back through the supply chain to get filled. So this next slide has lots of details on it, and do you know what, I can't actually read them because I'm not wearing my glasses. But roughly speaking, the bits I want to tell you are the commercials are working, and I'll show you some of our modelling on the next slide. Customers are really enjoying these products, and we are hitting about a 30% sales share for the 6 products that are on sale in the 2 Aldi stores. That's consistent across both Aldi stores. And I know it's only 2 stores, but it's consistent across both Aldi stores, which have very different demographics. And so it does show, as James was saying, is you've got to have the right reuse solution for the right products. And certainly for things like dry goods, it really works for these kind of products. They're being sold at 5% cheaper. They're in the same aisle as the single-use packaged products. So you've got a real incentive for consumers to make it as simple as we can for them. Whilst appreciating it, it is still harder. It's always going to be harder than taking something off a shelf in single use and throwing it away and not thinking about it. Operationally speaking, it's working. It's going around a system. It's safe. It's hygienic. And really interesting from the consumer behaviour change question. we talk about consumer behaviour change a lot. I think we're slightly confusing a lack of consumer demand with a lack of availability, because most consumers can't actually access reuse or refill. You know, if we had put reuse and refill in every major supermarket and the consumers still weren't shopping it, then I'd say we don't have any consumer demand. But really, at the minute, there's just no availability. And where we've got this system in, we're showing really, really high rates on the three things that they've always really struggled with in-store refill. So hygiene, speed of use, and ease of use. So it's all about redesigning systems so that they are scalable, rather than, as James said, like trying to do things on this kind of really small individual basis. And the point of this system was always designed as a global standard, so anyone can use it, any manufacturer, any retailer. The bit that I want to talk about now is the modelling. So we really struggle talking to businesses about this kind of commercial business model. Everybody does, because, you know, the negative externalities of packaging waste and pollution are not built into the business model. So currently it is really hard. But if you redesign things, you can create cost savings. So the first 4 stats are compared to single-use packaging. The bottom stat is compared to the previous kind of refill systems that were in store. And what you find is that if you can optimize things on pallets and therefore in transportation, then suddenly you can save costs, you can save CO2, so you've actually got a real commercial rationale that sits behind it. So just as a really simple example, a couple of the cereal products that are on the shelf, you can fit 70% more product on a pallet with our bulk vessels because of the amount of air that sits in every single-use pack. Now, suddenly, that's a huge saving in terms of cost, lorries on the road, related CO2. So what we try and think about when we work with clients is how can we develop systems that can achieve these kind of savings at scale, because we know that if we don't, we're never going to get these through. And then, as you can see on the bottom, there's a huge saving compared to in-store refills. So you will have seen Asda, M&S, Waitrose all take out their refill aisles. What they don't say in their press releases is that they were doing the old way of doing refills. So all refill systems are not the same. And actually what we need to get people into thinking about is taking up these new systems. So just very quickly to finish off, we have literally just launched the online solution with Ocado. So we launched the dry goods first, so that's own brand pasta and rice. And then coming up in the next few weeks will be laundry liquid and fabric conditioner. They are in sort of 3 kilo, 3 litre sizes. So suddenly you've got this huge convenience factor that no one's having to lug something really heavy home from the store, which they have to do whether it's single use or reusable. Super easy, it's coming through their normal delivery, and all they have to do is decant it in their house and then give it back to their driver. That is a behaviour we're trying to teach them so as they don't hold on to them for ages, because otherwise we can't get the rotations up. We actually don't have a deposit on these, so it's going to be really interesting to see how that models with the return rate. We're already getting really high return rates, and we do see there's a huge challenge around deposits and the fairness of deposits and what consumers are funding and where that money goes and all of these questions. So we'll be really interested to share those results as they come out. So just to give you a little bit, is we've launched in 3 of their 7 stores. We've sold out, so that's a great problem to have, because we sold at 3 to 4 times the amount that we'd expected, and really, really, really popular consumer response. Showing that, you know, people are basically just saying, can we have more products? We just want more like this. So I think it's really important to get the right reuse system for the right product, for the right consumer use case. We don't go in and say, it has to be refill in store, it has to be this. I think returnables are a very attractive offer, but once we scale up what returnables might look like on a 30% reuse rate on 90 billion items of single-use plastic packaging sold through the grocery market every year, that is suddenly a huge amount of capacity and space that stores will need to return things through, which probably makes James shudder in horror at the idea of 30% of his packaging coming back to back of store. So it's all about looking at those different systems. And yeah, so we'll be on the panel, so if anyone's got any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Cheers, Kath. Right, we've got Philip from Bauer Collective now that's going to talk to you about the work they've been doing, because they've been working with reuse for some time.
Thank you. And thank you very much for having me. So yeah, Bauer Collective. How Bauer Collective has unlocked. I'm going to go there. I say we've done it. Maybe we're on the journey, but let's be bold and say we've done it already. So Bauer Collective started in 2020 with the vision of creating a world without plastic waste, in which we all enjoy a more sustainable life. I guess the important thing for this conference is not a world without plastic. Plastic is a brilliant material. It's so ubiquitous because it's so good. I think where we come from is the criminality is that it's used just once. And most consumers either bin it or put it in recycling, where unfortunately the reality is that it's also incinerated. So we were looking at a way of reducing that plastic waste. And I think we did it, or at least we're on that journey. We have created a multi-category consumer goods business. We sell everything own brand, direct to consumer, servicing households across the UK. We sell a range of natural products in categories from household through to personal care. And we also sell a range of dispensers that you can see some of them here. So in short, the consumer will buy their liquid product, dispense it into a reusable dispenser at home, and then return that packaging to us. And here we go, a little circular diagram, if you will. So the consumer fills up their dispenser at home and places it in a 3-post envelope to get back to us. So we utilise Royal Mail to service all of our returns. We designed it from the outset with Innovate UK funding to improve that reverse logistics. We realised that it was critical that our packaging folded flat so that we weren't reverse hauling air. It also, to the point Catherine has just raised, means that once it's in our warehouse, we're not storing air. So utilising those flat pack pouches has been critical to our success. And at the moment, we are receiving 80% of our packaging back, which is phenomenal and really helping drive that model forward. So the consumer, those pouches come back to us, we refill them, and we sell them to the next consumers. So a little bit about the packaging. I guess that's the kind of magic sauce that the consumer perhaps doesn't engage with much, but us technologists in the room, that's what excites us. That's the bit that's slightly different. Each of our pouches has a unique one-way valve in the spout, and this helps us ensure that the pouches come back uncontaminated. So we can ensure that the inside of that pouch, if we sold washing up liquid, it's still going to be washing up liquid when it comes back to us. All of our products contain preservatives, which deals with the microbiological contamination. We accept that this solution isn't for food, but for detergents and cosmetics, it works just fine. Each pouch has a unique QR code on the back of pouch, which enables us to positively release that packaging onto the production line for subsequent uses. It also enables us to track those assets through both our production facility, through storage, and we can track how long each of those items is out with the consumer. As those, because we're a direct consumer business, we have the benefit of understanding the entire supply journey. So we can, we know who our consumers are directly. We have their email addresses. And so when they return packaging to us, we're able to immediately jump on an email and say, thank you very much, and offer that positive reinforcement. And to some of those other schemes, all of this is totally unfunded. So there's no deposit return. This relies, our 80% return rate is entirely driven intrinsically by our consumers' wish to eliminate plastic waste. And also, I guess that QR code can also be scanned by the consumer. So they are able to, once it's in their home, scan it on the back of pack and just see how many times each item has been reused. And LCA shows that, used 10 times, including the reverse logistics, it's 76% more carbon efficient than single-use plastic. It worked from our point of view. It's working from a technological point of view. we got a few consumer testimonials, which weren't too cherry-picked from Trustpilot, but consumers love it. Consumers understand what they're doing. They're coming to us in order to reduce their plastic waste. It's easy. It arrives just as any of your other parcels would. And importantly, it's easy to return that packaging to us. To James's point earlier, yes, of course, the consumer has to do something a little bit more. However, 98% of the consumers in the UK live within a mile of a post box. Thankfully, we were all brought up posting letters to Granny. That's not a behaviour we have to teach. People intrinsically know how to use the post box, and so do so. It's not too important, but the scale is there. We're growing as a D2C business. We've just launched this year into retail, and also this packaging system works B2B. So it's growing, and we continue to grow. So my final slide is just, I guess, a summary. The product is validated. It's a solution that works across personal care and household products. It's more carbon efficient. And importantly, the consumers and our retailers are loving it. So I'll hand over and answer any questions in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Right, now we have Safia from Club Zero to talk about the kind of work that they're doing in relation to, well, a lot of takeaway packaging and that kind of stuff.
Oh, not just takeaway, so hopefully more exciting. Thank you. Wonderful to see some familiar faces. I'm Safia, founder and CEO at Club Zero, and we are pioneering the space for reuse. We've been at this for some time, 2018, so I understand the pain and the drama that goes behind this. Critically, we're designing a zero waste system, and there are three fundamental stakeholders involved in this. And by investors, I mean asset managers. So this is almost right at the top of the food chain. So these are companies that either publicly or privately trading, very, very concerned about the amount of waste generated and what that has in terms of impact to their assets. Governments concerned about public costs around waste, and consumers who are much wiser now and savvy and understand that we have a critical issue. When I first presented our vision to the GLA in 2015, they told me consumers actually don't know that recycling doesn't work, and your biggest challenge is trying to demystify that. Happily, I can say that has been demystified. So at least we've made immense progress there. The future is zero waste, as James mentioned. It's the immediate way to cut waste in half. Right, so what does that mean? Now, by background, I'm an architect, so I look at this from a systems perspective. I'm deeply concerned about the way cities function, and I think we need to come up with better systems. And so, as a designer and as a big vision thinker, we've developed something that I hope will help us get there, and very holistically gone about doing this using technology. AI isn't just thrown in there. I'll explain how that's helping. But essentially, the vision is to have an interoperable system for reuse, one system that fits everybody. And that enables us to trace and track individual products by identifiers. You can pick whatever type of identifier you'd like. Preferably, it's something that camera detection can make possible. So that does identify some problems around RFID, NFC, and I'll go into that in a second. Then the second pillar is the return points, and this is something we're missing colossally. Recycling works. We don't have drop point infrastructure anywhere. It's very, very small pilots at the moment, and that's really what we've been asserting. And then a back-end system for servicing. wash, repair, sanitization, packing. And those three components, when you combine them, means that we have a uniform platform. Club Zero has built its supply chain on GS1 standards. GS1 is a global supply chain. We didn't want to try and reinvent the whole wheel here just to drive us even more bananas. Rather, we've worked with GS1 from the beginning to ensure that we have a supply chain approach that all FMCG brands and retailers already are signed up to. But we have built an additional tech layer on top of that to enable individual asset tracking, not by SKU, but by individual assets, so that every shampoo bottle has its own individual ID, and it's not by shampoo brand type. We have been, I would say, we've tested RFID, and that's why you've only got 2 logos left in the middle. This is from rigorous testing to see what type of technologies can support the unique identification for reuse, where a consumer is interacting with it. And we've identified 2 remaining ones which operate very well with camera technology, QR codes and barcoding. And behind this is all the detail you require on a GS1 specification. It tells you what the product is, who the product manufacturer is, what the packaging is, what the deposit value of that item is, and pretty much anything that any brand wants in there can be embedded in there. And the analytics are very, very important for us to understand where those assets are, how many times they've been used, what the return rate is by product, and any other consumer behavior. So we know where someone will start their journey and end their journey. We don't need to know them by name. We don't carry those types of data points because we don't actually need them. But we can provide information data that would be useful for marketing to sell more of those across retail if needed. After completing over actually 1.3 million orders, and this is holistically, so we've been working since 2018 to understand a full holistic picture of what's needed for a reuse zero waste system. We've worked with FMCG brands, Nestlé. We've worked with the asset managers, so King's Cross, Cushman & Wakefield. We've worked with QSRs, McDonald's, Wendy's, Coca-Cola. We've worked with delivery platforms, Just Eat. And we've worked with food and beverage brands across food service. That's across the board. Universities, university campuses, events like Wimbledon Games, championships, as well as offices, HQs. So through that entire journey across FMCG, retail, QSR, and food and beverage, we have some conclusions. The first and foremost is to not create a problem elsewhere. Transitioning to zero waste doesn't mean higher carbon emissions, and that does require some thinking in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of where you are servicing items once they are collected, understanding radiuses for logistics, understanding what type of logistics to use, and reducing those emissions overall. The exciting part is that we started at a 50% reduction in 2018, we're at 93% reduction, up to 93% reduction in CO2 emissions when compared to single-use alternatives. So we've honed in to understand that this is a city-by-city scale operation. It's very hard to make reuse work from an emissions perspective if you're servicing far too far away from where you're distributing. Next steps, this is what we need, and this is where collaboration comes in. So we've been working very hard across safety and assurance. It's one thing using eyeballs to manage quality control at our service points, and this is where we're looking at packaging to understand if it has defects or damage or antigens, et cetera, but really we need to get brands comfortable with the idea that reuse can be as safe as single use. And technology is a way that we're challenging that. So from a servicing perspective, safety and assurance is ensuring that we can give that confidence to everyone involved, that there's no contamination, that your packaging will be determined based on its quality, and anything that doesn't pass that will be removed. And we're currently doing that manually, it's, human eyes, but that's not scalable, so we're building the next evolution of that. Payment platform, and this is through our own painful testing. Apps don't work, they're not interoperable. Tech stack of that doesn't work very well at all. We've tested that for about 4 or 5 years. So I'll say myself, our apps are great, but our return rates are over 88%, sometimes 95%, but the number of people using that is not significant. It's not interoperable, it's not scalable. The future for us is mobilizing a payment deposit system to streamline the process for all brands, to make it very interoperable, making everyone participate. And the third is have a network for deposit return machines that enable consumers to return them. Visible, just like your street bin, and very easy to work. Again, leveraging camera technology to very quickly identify what you're returning and immediately provide a digital deposit refund on any card. I'm not talking about printed out receipts that fade over time in your wallet, in your pocket. That was initiated in other countries maybe 20, 30 years ago. It doesn't work. It doesn't give people confidence. They need to know that they're getting their deposit back. And if we want to do this with conviction, we have to make this smart, effective, and we have to start at city scale. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the panelists to come forward. We're going to take some questions. We've got a reasonable amount of time, actually, so do we have a roving mic available? No? There you are, Pat. I couldn't see you for a second. Okay, great.
Hello, Roger from Bottle It, which is a new concept in packaging aimed at liquid beverages and food. The question I got was aimed at James, really. As Piggy in the middle, do you feel that the introduction of DRS will actually be a catalyst for a sea change towards reuse?
Two parts to the question, two-part answer to that question. Behaviourally, starting to get people used to having to do something beyond the home is an important part of starting to get people into the habit of return. Unfortunately, from my personal perspective, when I look at DRS, we're still designing a scheme that's going to deposit it back somewhere but then still destroy it, rather than take it back to clean it and reuse it, which fundamentally, when you look at the hierarchy, it's not what I'd vote for personally.
Thank you. Sally Lawrence, Polymateria, but my question is a personal one. So Catherine, I was really excited when I heard that you're going to have your reuse schemes on Ocado, and I thought, oh, I really want to go and use that in my next Ocado order. As a parent of a child with severe food allergies, that's always my fear, is cross-contamination with any bulk buying situation. And I was just wondering how you guys have thought about that or integrated that into your process and into your labelling.
In terms of washing or labelling, or both? So I guess in terms of labelling, so I'm less on the operational side of things, so I suddenly realised I should be a lot more briefed on this. So the labelling follows all of the same labelling requirements, that single use does. We have two different pools, actually. So the food pool is separate from the household cleaning pool because it's got a separate size neck of the bottle, which helps the pouring of the household cleaners, but also means we're separating cleaning products from food products. But in terms of the allergens, we have gone through a very detailed wash validation process to ensure that all allergens are removed, so everything has been tested. Now, this is all new. There are very few on the one hand, there are standards, on the one hand, there aren't standards. There isn't a nice set of washing standards that, as a reusable packaging supplier, I mean, you must know this, right? We have all had to work it out ourselves, cobbling together lots of different standards to make it right. it will be interesting to see what kind of standardisation can become public. I mean, I know there's an ISO standard. I know that PR3 are working on standards. There are various organisations working on standards. So I think right now it's up to us all individually as organisations to work really hard to ensure that there's proof of that wash validation through multiple testing, because we absolutely do not want to harm anyone through this process, and also it would set reuse back, miles if we didn't do it properly. But I think what will be useful is when we can actually formalise some of those standards, so there's a much easier thing for new entrants into the market or existing organisations to actually just pick up and go, right, this is what I need to follow. Safia, have you got anything?
Yeah, no, thank you. To add to what Catherine's saying, it's the first point I mentioned in safety and quality assurance, and it's exactly the point you're making around food safety and allergens, antigens, things that the human eye can't detect or a swab test won't necessarily give you. There is something we are working with. It's currently under development. We're not able to share every bit of detail around it, but it will 100% remove this concern, and it's using technology. That's probably as far as I can say. It's eliminating the requirement for human intervention, but leveraging something far more intelligent. Thank you.
Hi there. I guess this is the panel in general, really. Do you think it's necessary or realistic to end up with standardised refillable packaging across various sectors of the market?
Standardized packaging itself or the process for...
I guess both, but it feels there's an idea where having the same packaging across the same sort of foods or products would be beneficial, but that feels potentially quite far away and unappealing on some elements of that. But I'm wondering if that is to be aimed for or unrealistic.
Great question, and we've specifically worked on this in the QSR space. So we, since 2019, sat down with a lot of the biggest QSRs. So that's Starbucks, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, to have this conversation. The short answer is not really, no. But a cup is a cup. Let's start with a standard cup. We initially wanted to develop standards, and we've developed off-the-shelf products that anybody could avail, but they won't, and that's okay. That's okay. It'll take too long, and unless it comes from legislation, which it won't, you just allow brands to develop their own assets and to provide them with the marketing, branding that they want to use on their own assets. And so instead of us interfering in that process, we manage it from a system perspective. We don't dictate from a packaging perspective. But we have off-the-shelf packaging products which are tested to standards up till God knows what length that we've done this, so that the smaller players can avail them. The smaller players don't have to invest in their own assets. And I think the likelihood is that if that packaging product is at a price point where developing your own fleet of assets, and by that I mean reusable packaging, it's interchangeable for me because it's an investment, hence it's an asset, and that they can understand that this is something they can circulate and reuse multiple times, they will invest in that as long as the commercials make sense. So as long as it's easy to explain that I will replace my Starbucks reusable cup with a reusable versus a single use, and the commercials make sense, it will. But right now we're not there in all markets. And yes, legislation will pressure it to inch towards that EPR, plastics tax, DRS, etc. Eventually we'll get there. But you'll see a very incremental development in that direction.
Without generating too much of an opposing view, to set a scene, I think from a food retail, back to the old lines of earlier today, 40,000 products, blah, 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 from a Tesco perspective, and other retailers have got huge footprints and huge product portfolios. Within elements of this, there has to be a level of universal, modular design, interconnected, stackability, blah, blah, blah. that fundamentally unlocks scalability, unlocks commerciality, unlocks the journey to a more viable future for reuse than what we see today. So for certain product groups in certain categories, it makes a lot of sense that you challenge the brand to find a better way, or a different way, I should say, of marketing on universal packaging, so bringing their identity to life through visualization rather than shape and size to move things forward. So I think there's, again, it's a huge topic, reuse, different angles that we need to consider, but for mainstream retail, that interoperability is so important, that modulation, stacking, things like that are really important, else we're just going to generate so many empty miles on the roads if we don't do it another way, and potentially more miles by getting a specific packaging type sorted to go to supplier X, to supplier Y, to supplier Z, versus the same packaging. You put X in, you get X back out. It makes a lot of sense, but there's a long way to go. I'm probably describing a 10-year journey to get there rather than what can we do tomorrow.
Just to add to that, there's a huge amount of standardisation already. You know, spaghetti hoops come in the same can as baked beans, you know, so there are a huge amount of products that could already be standardised. If you're a small brand, you can't afford to make your own packaging, so you have off-the-shelf packaging, which is standardised. So there is a huge amount of standardisation that we can build on. Is there anything that you can share from the Tesco Loop trial on that? Because the Loop model, I think one of the challenges of the Loop model was every brand had their own separate packaging, and it must have been quite difficult to get that back to each brand.
Which is why I've got the position I've got based on those learnings. Thank you. But no, I think fundamentally, Loop's journey and Loop's own learnings, I think if they were sat here, I think they would agree that some of their premiumisation of the packaging, whilst it was a USP that meant certain products could then become very appealing in Loop reusable form, it was very difficult to put them back in and get them back to the right place. And premiumisation on top is not, you don't want to create reusable packaging that's too beautiful, for want of a better way of putting it, because it's going to get stuck in someone's home because they'd rather keep it than give it back at that point. So again, the dynamics of something pretty vanilla that everybody can use and not to see enough value that it needs to be returned, but not too much value that you want to keep it, is that balancing act somewhere in the middle that we've not yet got to, but need to get to from our experiences so far.
I think, from my point of view, to answer your question and also to reflect on the answers that you provided, it's very much a time frame point of view. Yes, perhaps that is the panacea. That's where we want to get to, but you mentioned 10 years. I want to see things happening today, and I don't want industry to sit behind, we have to wait until we're entirely uniform before we can make a move. Because the consumer does have to be educated. We do have to take consumers on a journey, and it will require smaller players to make potentially inefficient inroads to start that journey. And so perhaps the end goal is that, but let's start. Let's not wait.
Jump in very briefly. I think the roadmap on this is that to get to scale, to get where we need to go, we might all need to come together in the short term, but in the long-term future, when it's scalable and viable, industry might then start to move apart and differentiate more once we've got scale.
To come back on the points of the 10-year journey versus, I think you're quite right, and the piece I just wanted to add is some of the other learnings and where Loop was actually very good is it starts to highlight that the typical jam jar is designed in a way now that could just be cleaned and reused. So there's certain solutions that already exist. So to give the other side of the balance of my own answer is, in some shape or form, we've learned that modular makes a lot of sense, but will take longer. But in the short term, there's some very quick, could be turned on very quickly, opportunities if you can work out the cleaning and reverse logistics piece of the puzzle. Certain production lines are already set up to re-accommodate that same jar or same tin, etc. So yeah, you've got both sides to come at this from.
Okay, any more? Yeah.
Just a quick question. Lizzie Cullen from Cranfield University. My own research has found that people find refill and reuse as a bit of a middle class activity. They want the cheaper products that aren't generally available in these formats. Just quickly, what do you think are the silver bullets for overcoming that?
Probably launching in Aldi rather than a premium retailer, if I'm totally honest. So we were so fortunate that that was where we ended up launching. Because if we can make it work in Aldi, we can make it work anywhere. It's really hard.
And for everyday products as well, Kath, right?
Sorry?
And for everyday products. So it's not...
And for everyday products, so they're Aldi, obviously own brand product, and they're 5% cheaper. So we really tried to tackle that. It's hard. I come from a zero waste and a small independent zero waste shop background, and of course we had a middle class, more affluent customer base who had time to do it. But everything we have ever seen shows that the concern for plastics and the concern for the future of our planet is shared across everyone. It's just some people are more or less capable to do it. But that's why, and by the way, I mean capable in terms of all of the difficulties of people's lives, not whether something I can do or not. And I think that's why we're talking about availability. Like, we've just got to get things out into mainstream retailers, into mainstream events, you know, what you're doing, Safra, in terms of kind of events, locations, schools, offices, workplaces, is we can really normalise reuse behaviour if we have more availability for it.
Sorry, and I just think I would add on to that, working with sort of trusted messengers, which is also why it's so important to work with the bigger brands that are the budget brands that are trusted by different groups. And we've seen this with City to Sea and with all of our work in water. You know, over time, more people are carrying a reusable water bottle, even though there's more expensive, because long term there is a sort of value proposition there, and there's a saving. And certainly in the research we've been doing as part of our project, the value proposition is really front of mind for consumers. So you're right to highlight price is still, you know, key in people's shopping habits and in their decision making.
Lowell Bryan from RAP. This is a question for all the panel. We obviously talk about focusing on high impact product categories, but I'm just wondering how you've approached that for your products. How have you decided? Has it been about ease? Has it been about something that consumers would accept? Has it been about environmental impact? Just want to have some of your considerations or criteria. Thanks.
I can start from City to Sea's strategic perspective, is that we focus on what's washing up on rivers and riverbanks and beaches, which is why we went from cotton buds to water bottles to coffee cups. So for us, that's kind of what puts our work on track.
Excellent question, and it goes, if I put on my architect hat, I would say the one that creates the most sustainable impact. So it's quite similar to reiterating what we're hearing here, and it would be things that typically are the top 10 items that RAP publishes, ironically, that we find consistently everywhere. And those are typically non-recyclable packaging items. So that's one. If I put my business hat on, it's items that are at immense scale. So we tend to look at, okay, what ticks both boxes. Now, interestingly, QSR definitely is a very high scale, high impact, very visual, immediately impacting item. So we started with beverages, and we started with to-go takeaway cups specifically, because everybody pretty much uses one at some point, at least multiple times a week. And to demonstrate anything with a quintessential everyday product was really critical to start that journey. But if I'm putting on a different hat, I would say beverages still, but I would say anything that can go in a bottle. Milk, juices, olive oil, wine, depends on which geography you're in. But those are really, really critical, and probably quite straightforward in many ways. We've had systems that have distributed that in reuse, so we know it works, and that could be something that we could reevaluate. But yeah, those would be my top two. Always beverages somehow.
feeling like I need to answer this one. No, it's fine. Different ways to answer it. The headlines seem quite obvious, but if we take reuse as a new proposition, disruptive, hard to influence, you need the products that are high frequency, high repeat purchase to stand a chance of starting to nudge at the behaviour change required to get into an alternative to single use. I think the question becomes more complex when you start asking questions about what form you want reuse to be in. So if you take an area like milk, I struggle to see how dispensing can work for milk. And it's a kind of soapbox piece for me. But if you take the milk aisle in any retailer on a busy day, and even not so busy day, you will always find a pinch point around the milk area. And we're taking an area that is some of the most uniform packaging. You all know the difference between what blue, green and red means for your milk, and everybody will still pause there and dither and take a little bit of time before they select the exactly the same product that maybe threw back to the one at the front, by example. If that's what we're doing with something that's just as easy as grab and go and easily recognisable, it'd be very hard for the retail environment to accommodate a dwell point that would be many times longer to pause, get a container, fill it, wait for it to fill, and so on. I'm talking more generally, but these are the challenges and the considerations from a retail high volume, high frequency. We've got to look at the ways in which it works, and that includes what format it goes into. But ultimately, you need high frequency, high volume products if you'll start to chip away at behaviour, and then from there it can expand into some of the slower lines. But again, volume is what makes it scalable at the end of the day.
So just to add a couple of points to that is, yes, I mean, you know, we spend a lot of time talking to you guys, and it's bottled water, milk, and what's the third one? Hang on, my brain. Juice. Oh, soft drinks. But your challenge is where are the solutions? So we actually do have what's a very interesting solution with the Able & Cole reusable milk bottle, which is TBC what can be done with that. So I don't think it's an either or. I think that's my point, is that, you know, you have 40,000 products. The idea that you would just focus on one is probably, you know, not a sensible idea. So yes, we need to absolutely innovate and develop solutions for those really high impact items, but you've also got products that are ready to go that can be sold in refill or can be sold in returnables. So I think it's about sort of doing spread betting, you know, and working on a variety of products, because, as you say, consumers are ready for it and they want it, and the problem is only getting worse. So we might as well tackle the things we can tackle whilst working on the long-term ones. Also, the importance of brands. I mean, if you're going to solve milk, presumably we need Arla and Muller to solve it. If you're going to solve soft drinks, you need Coke and Pepsi to solve it. So it's sort of this Venn diagram in the middle of, you know, what's possible, where the technology's at, who dominates it from a brand perspective, and yeah, trying to find that sweet spot in the middle.
Just to return to your question, I guess as a D2C brand, we've taken the approach of offering as much as we can, as wide a range of products as possible in the same packaging. So we have 30 unique products, over I think about 90 different SKUs when you take into consideration volume and fragrance. So we've gone for breadth. Of course, some of those lines move a lot faster. Laundry and hand wash in particular, people use a lot of, so we sell a lot of it. And other products less so, but we've taken the decision to offer a huge range so that consumers can basket build and do their entire shop of household products from us.
Pat, Pat, I think you had, this chap was from last time around as well.
Well, we got time. Cheers. You're talking about very many individual solutions in my ears. And, coming from Denmark, the breweries, all of them, came together and have made one solution on the what's called cans, plastic, bottles, hero beverage, also including Coca-Cola and Pepsi. And 92% is actually getting recycled. So are you kind of considering maybe also within the industry to thinking about making a third party taking care of the actual handling on logistic asset management before going back to the different brands. Could be both Tesco, Marks and Spencer and so on. So we will have a system solution. Thanks.
I guess there's a question of how much you want to centralize it and what's the least amount of things you can centralize. You know, yes, wouldn't it be lovely if one organization came out and could suddenly handle all of the washing and logistics and everything? But then that's a bit monopolistic, and I don't know if you want it. So I think the way that we looked at it from the Refill Coalition perspective is what was the minimum amount of stuff that we could specify in terms of interoperability, and then actually you then let the market come in. So right now we work with Chet, but another washing and logistics company could do the washing. Right now Berry make the vessels, but someone else could come in and make the vessels, but as long as the system all is interoperable. So I guess I worry when it comes to the idea that one organisation is going to somehow come in and solve the whole of reuse. You know, it would be like having only one waste management company or only, you know, one compliance organisation or something like that. So I don't know is the answer. I think anything, you know, possibly on city basis when you can get together and someone can manage something in a location is really good, but I don't know whether there's somehow one sort of organisation that can come in and manage all of this.
Yeah, I think we've got to be careful because there's a competitions and markets piece to all of this as well. But fundamentally, I do think for reuse to really take off, if I flip it a little bit, we need the ability to turn some single use off to turn reuse on for certain products. We need the ability to centralise where you can and drive alignment. Back to the points I made earlier, I don't think reuse stands a chance if retailer A says we're doing this and that's model B and so on, that everybody's doing something fragmented. We've got to find some ways of driving unification. I think retailers have to play quite a big role of convening and aligning to help the brands fall in behind it, because at the moment the brands are finding it very difficult because they've got 6 or 7 reusable to-do lists rather than one that will make a bigger difference. So I think there are ways and means of where we can drive some simplicity, some alignment and some unification. And if we don't get to that, I think we're going to be playing around the edges and not unlocking the true at-scale solutions we need.
I think we've just got a couple of minutes, so I just would like to get this last question in, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'd like to do some future gazing, really. And if reuse is going to be the new normal,
when it's going to be.
If we can do it within 10 years, so when we do it in 10 years, then surely reusable packaging will be down all of the aisles. So if I want cereal, I go down the cereal aisle. If I want dried pasta, I go down the dried pasta aisle. At the moment, I seem to find that it's always in its own little location. So I guess 2 questions. One is having that little area in a shop a barrier to larger uptake? And how do we overcome that transition from having part of the store segregated into distributed packaging?
The cop-out answer is watch this space. There's a project hopefully landing in the next year or so that will start to maybe tease out that particular framing that you just put forward. I think beyond that, in early days, it's all about tipping points, especially from a retail perspective and customer behaviour. If it's a treasure hunt for 10 products or 20 products, actually segregating those and putting those in different places, you're actually challenging its ability to succeed. When you get to 100 products, 200 products or more, yeah, absolutely, you want the selection to be, I've got a reusable or a single-use alternative next to each other for decisions and marketing to truly come to life. But again, it's that growth and tipping point that will make the difference, I think, to location.
So I've got a bit more practical answer. So if you think about it, historically, you've actually really only been able to do refill in store because, I mean, I set up my shop 17 years ago. There wasn't even Instagram when I set up. There wasn't QR codes on everything. Everyone didn't have smartphones and apps and all of the things that now power AI, everything. None of that existed, right? So if you wanted to put refill in store, well, you had to have a scale, so you had to have power. So you can't have a refill aisle in every, you know, you can't have refill coffee with a £3,000 scale in the coffee thing, and then, so because of the operations and how difficult it was, that's why it was really for the retailer to even try and manage this hellish thing. That's why everything was kind of grouped together in one place, because it was much more about the management of the shop. Now, technology is so different, and if we're looking at returnables rather than refills for a lot of products, which hopefully we will be, then actually you're going to find it much easier to get a pre-packaged coffee, you know, a refill coffee, a reusable coffee next to a single-use coffee. So I think actually there's a bit more of a practical answer. That's just how things developed. And actually now with everything being quite so different on the consumer experience, you're actually going to see a lot of change there. But all of our research shows that it needs to be an aisle, because the people that know to find it will find it anyway. You don't need to worry about the dark greenies like me, whatever, you know, we'll go and find it, we'll seek it out. What you're trying to do is get the mainstream consumer that is slightly on autopilot as they go round, and you're trying to get them, like shock them out of thinking to buy something different.
Okay, I've received the signal. So we need to wrap this up, but can we just thank the panel for their presentations and their Q&A? And thanks very much for joining this session, and for those joining online as well. Thank you.
Two, please. Does this work? Yes, it is. I could... Sorry. Thank you very much. Okay. Small hitch over, trying to find the microphones. So, good afternoon. I can't believe it's gone this quickly. And I hope you've all had a chance to interact with as many people as possible over the breaks. So, welcome to the final session in Stream 1, the Sustainability Stream. I don't know whether you're in the keynote session, but my name's Sally Becken, and I'm the conference programme organiser. And I founded GRIPS conference in 2019, and I run the UK Circular Plastic Network at Innovate UK Business Connect. So this final session is something it's all about personally what I'm really interested in this conference, but which is everything, by the way, all of it, which I think is sort of indicative of how we can make change systemically, understanding how everything works, right from raw material to end of life and everything in between, and including how we interact with it. But as we move forward and the rest of the world becomes as aware as we are, as we were after Blue Planet 2, how negative the impacts of poorly managed plastics are, it's really important to me to see what's happening internationally. So how far have we gone in understanding what's happening, and how is that going to affect what we do here in the UK and wider in terms of the innovations and the changes and the transition we make. I was hoping for a fifth speaker, but Eric, if you're in the audience, please come down. I don't believe you are. I've not met you in person, so I think we have four fantastic panelists this afternoon, and I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves individually and then say a little bit about where their expertise and understanding of international activities are happening in the polymer space. And I'm going to pick on Steve Fletcher first, Professor Steve Fletcher from the University of Portsmouth, and I'm going to give him a bit longer time because he's going to talk about, taking your thunder, the Global Plastics Treaty. So, Steve, can you give us both, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
It does.
It sounds like there's a lag.
Is it very echoey? No? Okay. Fine. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Steve Fletcher from the University of Portsmouth. I lead the Revolution Plastics Institute at the University of Portsmouth and the Global Plastics Policy Centre. At the Global Plastics Policy Centre, we undertake evidence-based assessments of plastics policy, in essence, to figure out what works and what doesn't. And we're very closely following the Global Plastics Treaty process. And Sally has asked me to just give a little introduction to the treaty process for those that are unaware, and just to give an update of where we're at with that process. So, starting at the very beginning, in March 2022, at the UN Environment Assembly, which is the highest international environmental decision-making body that exists, a mandate was passed for the countries of the world to develop a legally binding instrument, or a treaty, to, and I quote, end plastic pollution. A timeline was specified that the draft of the treaty should be agreed by the end of 2025, and there would be 5 meetings to discuss the text of the treaty. We've had 4 of those meetings already, and the 5th and final meeting will take place in November and early December this year. So at the end of that meeting, there should be a draft of a treaty that next year will go to a diplomatic conference that ideally will be agreed by governments. And at that point, or once enough countries have then officially signed it, that will then become legally binding on the countries that have signed up to it. So the treaty is only something that countries can negotiate and countries can sign up to, But once they do, then all of the activities within that country under the auspices of the treaty, under the scope of the treaty, will be managed by the treaty. So that means it's very likely that within the next couple of years, the framework for managing plastics and preventing plastic pollution through that framework will potentially change significantly within the UK and other countries around the world. So I guess you're thinking now, well, what's in the plastic treaty? Because it'd be good to know that. Well, I think we'd all like to know that. So although there have been 4 meetings, the content of the treaty is still very unclear. There's been a lot of debate, a lot of hold-ups with the debate as well. So at the moment, there's a lot of uncertainties about what will be in the treaty. However, there are a few things that we can say. We can say that the treaty will cover the entire plastics life cycle, from the taking the fossil fuels out of the ground to the very end of life of the individual products or materials. We know that there's a real emphasis on a global approach. So whatever comes through in the treaty will be applied to both developed and less developed countries. So we really need to think about the plastics pollution at the global scale. And we know that it will apply to land areas as well as the marine environment. There are some tremendous sticking points. The main sticking point is whether or not there will be reductions or restrictions, in primary polymer production. Some countries are really pushing for restrictions in primary plastic polymer production, because there's research that shows quite clearly that production levels map onto pollution levels quite strongly. And so if we begin to reduce production, we can begin to reduce pollution quite effectively. There's also questions over finance and how do we fund the plastic treaty, and particularly actions in the poorer parts of the world where a lot of the plastic problem exists. There are also questions over identifying what works and what doesn't work. So we've heard a lot today, or I've heard a lot in the sessions I've been in, on different approaches to recycling mainly. But in large parts of the world, there just isn't the infrastructure for even waste collection, let alone recycling. So recycling will need to take a back seat in some places, clearly, and other solutions will need to come into place. And so within the treaty negotiations, there's a real emphasis on upstream reduction style interventions rather than the downstream waste management kind of interventions. And that's creating a sort of different approach in different places. Would you like me to carry on?
That's a really great start. Thank you very much, Steve. We'll get more into the detail, and we'll have a think about how that's going to interact and what it'll look like. And I'm sure that I'm actually going to throw out questions to the audience as well, so prepare to be quizzed. So thank you very much. I'd like to introduce the second speaker from Resource Futures, George Cole. And George, if you can give us a little flavour of what Resource Futures does, and any sort of thoughts and insights into international polymer activities, treaties, not treaties, sorry, and the way in which polymer is moving potentially around the world.
Thank you. Hi, so I'm George from Resource Futures. We are an employee-owned B Corp, and we support governments and local authorities and the private sector, and we also work in communities as well in bringing about the circular economy, which is a big, vague term and means lots of different things to different people, but we're working at those frontiers. Internationally, we do different types of work, so we work with the development agency groups and funders like the World Bank and the UN and others like that. And we work in, that's typically work in countries which are low and middle income countries where, as you said, there's often populations there who don't receive proper solid waste management collections, and as a result, all of that material ends up in areas that are really bad for the environment and really bad for human health as well. But we also work on policy nationally as well in terms of informing policy and helping organisations react to policy and engage in the policy process. I guess some examples are we have helped UK governments in implementing the Single-Use Plastic Directive, so thinking about how that will affect the UK and how to translate what was essentially EU legislation into UK law at the time, and reacting to some of the existing UK international sort of treaties that are already out there, like the Basel and Rotterdam Conventions, which control the transboundary movements of waste, so shipments of waste around the world.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, George. And our third speaker, sitting in for Andrea from RAP, we have Adam Herriot. If you'd like to tell us a little bit about the RAP activities and the international pacts and things, anything else that's international that RAP are doing that's, relevant in this space, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. So, excuse me, I'm Adam. So obviously those who have seen the agenda will see I'm quite clear, not Andrea. So RAP, for those who don't know who RAP are, so we're a global NGO. We are based in the UK, and most of our work is in the UK, but we do now have sort of branches sort of spreading out, slowly taking over the world. So we have an office in Perth in Australia, an office in DC as well as sort of some sporadically spotted around the UK. So from a global perspective, so if we run the UK Plastics Pact, which was the first plastics pact globally. We now have 13 different pacts across the world, one in every populated continent, and it spans about 19 countries, or if you're really being really pickety, you can add 3 onto that because there's 4 nations within the UK. So we've got over 900 members across those 13 different pacts from across the plastic supply chain, from waste management, recyclers, informal sector waste picker associations, brands, retailers, converters, manufacturers. You name part of the plastic supply chain, we'll have a connection there within the pact network. The first pact, the UK Plastics Pact, we started in 2018. But as I say, now we've got 30 different pacts. Earlier on this year at INC4 in Ottawa, we released an executive summary report of the pact impact globally and what we've been doing, and only a couple of weeks ago we released the full report. So just to give a couple of sort of snippets of the impact we've had as a network. Across the world, we've reduced problematic or unnecessary plastic packaging. We've removed 360,000 tonnes a year, or globally each year. We've increased the recyclability of plastic to up by 23% from what it was previously, which is obviously quite significant. The recycling rate globally for plastic has increased by 9%, which doesn't sound like much, but when you look at all the different regions in the world and types of waste management systems they have or don't have, is actually quite a significant jump. And which means we've increased recycled content by 44%, which is equivalent to about 2.2 million tonnes annually, which is actually about the plastic footprint of consumer plastics in the UK. Well, sorry, not just consumer, just in plastics in the UK. So that's actually quite significant globally. So I've been fortunate enough that, although I do work predominantly in the UK Plastics Pact, I've been fortunate enough to have my fingers in a couple of pies in the other pacts and to help out our global team and our local partners we work with. So I've actually been able to see firsthand some of the work we've been doing on the ground, seeing the differences from the waste management we have here in the UK to sort of places like India, and how waste management is very, very different. And places like South Africa as well, where they've got a bit of a mix between a formal and informal sector, and looking at not just the environmental impacts that plastic has and the improvements we're trying to make around the plastic challenge and the problems we have, but also that hand in hand that there is a social side of this. And we can't simply just eliminate certain packaging formats or items. We can't just formalise a waste sector in a particular part of the world without having some quite significant impacts socially as well, which and they're actually not positive impacts, they're negative impacts. So I think when we're talking about globally from the plastic supply chain, the work we're doing to try and reduce the impact plastic has, we need to certainly recognise that there is quite a significant social impact that goes hand in hand with this.
Thank you very much, Adam. And our final panellist is Amy Hooper from BIFA. And the first 3 speakers don't handle the kind of volumes of material, polymeric material that you do. So I invited you onto the panel to kind of put a practical perspective on this around how it's going to work. Do you think, introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing in terms of polymer sustainability in the company you work with, and then I'll dig in. Sorry, Amy, I'm straight in there.
Hi, I'm Amy Hooper. I'm an innovation manager at BIFA, so I coordinate and facilitate our innovation efforts across the group, which essentially means I look at how and where is the best place for us to focus our efforts when it comes to innovation. BIFA, for those of you who don't know, is one of the largest waste management companies in the UK. We have about 10,500 employees now and growing, about 3,000 vehicles that we use across the UK. So we cover about 98% of the UK postcode. It's the latest that I checked. And we really have our core services focused on collections, whether that's industrial and corporate customers, or whether that's the municipalities or the local authorities that we work with. And then, of course, we do a lot of work with startups as well, and NGOs and governmental bodies. But we also have our resources and energy part of the business, which is really important and growing in importance as we think about the circular economy. And this part of the business does everything from looking at how we manage food waste, right through to how we manage our polymers that, like Sally was saying, enormous proportions of polymer volumes that actually come through our facilities, whether that's the sortation at the MRFs and PERFs or the actual processing. And we have about 4 facilities across the UK. I think it's about 190,000 tonnes per annum, roughly across the 4 locations that we process, particularly focused on HDPE, polypropylene, and PET. And for PET and HDPE, we really focus on the food grade aspect, also the non-food grade. But for polypropylene, just because of where things are at the moment, it's non-food grade. We are a UK-focused company, but we are reliant on how the market dynamics are shifting in terms of what we potentially need to export from if we're focusing specifically on polymers. So we have a part of the team that really focuses on what's happening in the EU, for example, and how the market dynamics are changing, what we can process within the UK versus what we can export. We also have a charity partner called Waste Aid that does a lot of work focusing on the Global South, and they really look at how they can empower communities to build their skills and capabilities in managing waste. So that's really where we enter the kind of international sphere. We don't do much importing. We do a little bit of importing of polymers from Ireland at times. And I guess my role in innovation is really to keep an eye on what some of those macro trends are that are influencing what we should be looking at now and into the future. So I touch a little bit on the international side as well. And my background has really focused on the developing nations and how we might introduce sustainable practices and what works, what doesn't. So hopefully I can bring a little bit of that into this as well.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm just going to say how unfortunate it is our last speaker isn't available. It was Eric Bale from Plastic Bank, and Plastic Bank incentivise the collection of material in the Global South where there is no formal BIFA or Suez or other waste handling organisation, and they reward people for collecting polymer, usually the easy ones and the large volume, but it kind of brings me back to, one of the questions I think is quite important. So we're lucky in the developed area of the world that we have quite a lot of formal waste collection, which is happening through councils and infrastructure that already exists. So one of my questions is, and I'd have probably picked on Eric, to be fair, how do we transition from some of those activities internationally that are informal waste and incentivised locally to something that's more akin, or should we even move to something that's more akin to what we recognise in the North, in the developed world? I mean, have any of you got any comments on what that ought to look like, or any examples that you know through the Pact or anywhere else that could show us how we can move to a more sort of unified waste collection system? You want to take that, Amy? Thanks.
I think I could probably start, and then you would have much better insights. But one thing that does come up a lot in conversations is when we are looking at how we share those practices that we've learned in developing nations when we're introducing technologies, how do we then introduce that into low and middle income countries? And to Sally's point, do we even do that? And just from my previous work, I think one of the things that became more and more important was recognizing that actually local, regional areas will have cultures and governmental policies and ways of working that are very different to what other nations might have. And so it's just really important when you're introducing something to an area you want to, maybe at, one of the plastics packs, for example, is paying attention to that local context. What are the capabilities that are already there that don't maybe need a new solution, but just maybe they need funding? What is it that's needed, not just assuming what's needed, and not introducing technology that can't then be used. So, there might be some areas where it doesn't make sense to introduce a MRF or a PERF because actually manual labor introduces a lot of jobs. It might not be that the local communities can maintain that technology after whoever it is that's introducing it leaves. So I think it's just paying attention really to the local context, cultures and capabilities.
I can certainly add to that one. I think the question of whether or not we should go in and formalise informal sector, I think is a difficult one. It's not necessarily something I think we should do necessarily. Bit of context, it's something like 20 million informal waste pickers globally, so it's not an insignificant number. And as Amy said, it might be that actually formalising it makes it a bit more tricky, that it's a source of income for many of these communities. Introducing more sort of technology and things like that, or say MRFs or lots of expensive equipment to do sorting and things, might not be appropriate. One, obviously, because of potential job loss. Two, do they have the skills to maintain that equipment? Do they have the ability to maintain that equipment? Do they have power to even use that equipment in some of these remote locations as well? I think what we need to do, though, is help support them in terms of making sure that they're working in much safer working conditions, fairer pay, trying to make sure that there's opportunities for children to not work in these conditions as well. So I think there's quite a systemic social side of it to go through. Also, looking at maybe putting in new equipment and things like that. Interestingly, one of the things I found when I've visited some of these places is that they're very, very good at reverse engineering some of this stuff. So going to recycling facilities in India, for example, and they've got sort of 5, 6, 7 extruders. Those who work in recycling in the room will know how expensive extruders are in Europe. They can cost hundreds of thousands of pounds. But obviously they're reverse engineering it and building it locally, and it only costs them about £20,000. So some of these things, like, do we want to go in and formalise things or give them or provide technology and things like that? Probably don't need to in some cases. And then finally, I think there's also some historical, cultural context as well about, as a Western society, going over to some of these countries. If, for example, the UK going to India and telling them what to do isn't going to land particularly well historically from some of the things that have been going on, so we need to be very sensitive around that. Remember, these people around globally can do some fantastic work already without us. And they also see us as part of the problem in terms of exporting waste to them for them to try and deal with. And it's material that is a reason we've potentially exported it there, because we can't do anything with it. So telling them what to do probably isn't the best thing to do either.
I wonder if I can jump in and sort of tweak this question a little. I wrote, can we align national level policies with global circular economy goals for polymers? Will it be effective, or should we lead? But should we? We're kind of moving on to, if you can think a little bit about that and give your response to, we kind of look at what we're doing as the right, should we? Can we and should we lead on what we're doing and show the way forward, or is there some other model internationally? I know Steve definitely wants to take that one because we've spoken about it before, but George, you got any comments? I know I've tweaked it a little bit, but...
Can we align national policies with international drivers and treaties? Yes. Circular economy treaties, yes. But what, like legislation comes in when it's required, when the market and the industry are not achieving the environmental or the social outcomes that we need otherwise. And so it's focused on very high-risk areas. So there's a lot of legislation that's coming out of marine plastics and the public awareness of that and the concern for that, and chemicals and some of the other issues that we've been talking about in the conference today. And then there's a lot on recycling or steering towards recycling and shaping recycling. But as we all know, the circular economy is much broader than that. So should we lead? Yes, industry should lead. That's where we need to step in, and that's where we need to drive things forwards, because legislation isn't particularly driving that at the moment. And there's an argument that, you know, there's a greater role for legislation internationally and nationally to be a greater driver towards broader circular economy for all materials and packaging. But I think it's incredibly important that solutions are locally attuned, and Steve's got a lot more information on how the Global Plastics Treaty works and whether there will be national action plans, which is essentially a bit like the EU model of having a directive that sets out broadly what you want to do and maybe some targets and rules, but then it's down to the country to work out, okay, how do these issues apply to us and what's important? And that's really, really important. But I think undermining all of that is globally, we're starting to recognize how interconnected we all are as global citizens and our responsibility to each other as well. And so whether that's the products that we buy here and that we're funding multinational organizations into placing on the market, if those products are going, you know, the same design and format and the increasing complexity, possibly, of those products and packaging being placed onto markets which, you know, have very basic waste management systems, and in some places, you know, great gaps in waste management systems. What's our collective responsibility about that? What's our responsibility about the design of products and packaging being placed onto markets, recognizing how global, you know, our economies and our production chains are?
So I'm going to pick on Steve for the little bit that I'm such a... It's the effectiveness now that I'm really interested in finding out. Do you think the Global Plastics Treaty will be effective in facilitating the things that we've been talking about? You're the closest to it, Steve, that I know, so...
Yeah, thanks, Sally.
Sorry.
So I had answers in my head for the previous two questions, and now you've just added a third question. It's very, very confusing. Okay, so just a quick comment, if I may, just quickly on the informal waste sector. I mean, more plastic waste is dealt with by the informal plastic sector globally than the formal sector, so we just have to say that straight out. So the thought of somehow taking that over or formalising it overnight is a bit... unlikely, it's fair to say, but we do need to think of a fair transition and a just transition to people who are disadvantaged through any shift to a more as we would say, more sustainable plastics economy. And that's a huge part of the treaty, actually. There's a whole section on the just transition and how to ensure that some of the poorest people and poorest workers in the world who are working in the informal waste sector are not further disadvantaged by sort of northern hemisphere adaptations to the plastics life cycle that work for us but maybe don't work for others. And that requires a flow of knowledge and transfer and technology and things like that. In terms of the effectiveness of the treaty, as Sally asked, it does remain to be seen a little bit because the final text of the treaty hasn't been formally agreed. So it is a case of watch this space. But some of the architecture is becoming clear that gives us a hint, I think, in terms of answering Sally's question about effectiveness. So the Global Plastic Treaty will be legally binding, and certain elements of it within the treaty might be voluntary, but the treaty itself will be legally binding. That will place responsibilities on national governments, because it's national governments that sign up to the treaty, that are affected by the treaty. The national governments will probably have to put in place national action plans, as you said, and those national action plans will have to spell out a kind of integrated approach at the national level that tackles plastic pollution and delivers the agreements that were made within the treaty. So, as I said, we don't know the detail yet, but what I can do is point to two areas where we're beginning to see consensus in the treaty. So the first one is around problematic and avoidable plastics. So within the treaty, there's a real push to get rid of plastic we don't need and plastic that's problematic in some ways. So there are two questions to ask. Is the plastic product or material problematic? Yes or no? If it's no, knock yourself out. You can keep on using that, that's fine. Is it problematic? Yes. Well, then the question is it avoidable? And if it is avoidable, then you can avoid it. You can use an alternative material, an alternative product. But if it's not avoidable, then there's a real opportunity for innovation at that point. And so what we would see is at the global level, these criteria for problematic and avoidable will be specified, but then those criteria will be applied at the national level in a national context. So as long as those criteria are applied correctly and strongly with the right incentives and the right enforcement, then there's no reason to think why that wouldn't be implemented effectively. One other example quickly is on product design. The treaty has a whole section on product design, plastic products, of course, and at the moment it looks like there's a push towards having global design principles for plastic products. And those principles will relate to things like design for circularity, products containing no toxic chemicals, net zero in terms of carbon. There'll be just top-level principles that all plastic products should conform to. And that would be applied in every country, and that would be consistent with what the treaty was saying. But then you'll probably think, well, all products are different, right? And all products need different design sort of guidelines. And then the expectation in the treaty is that over time, there would be a suite of product group design guidelines generated. So there might be guidelines for medical use of plastics or for transport use of plastics or something like that. So again, there's this sort of global ambition and headline principles and national delivery of that through specific guidance and guidelines. And that, broadly speaking, is how the treaty will work more generally as well.
Thank you. I've got what I think is a really difficult question. I'm going to ask it anyway, and I hope one of you can come in with an answer. Have you got any examples, or can you think of how global supply chains for polymers can be made more transparent? So, I don't know, polyolefin made in China is going to be sent to Turkey for conversion, and the film might wrap some avocados that then get sent to America or the UK, and some of that material might end up in Africa maybe because it's low-grade material and get recycled there. And then how can we make this more transparent? Has anyone got any sort of experience or comments on that? And how valuable would that be to the sustainability of polymers in the future?
Just a very quick response then. I mean, it's data, isn't it? Like we need to we need to record this data, and we need to share it in the right way with the right people. And the challenges there are obtaining the data, sharing it appropriately down the value chain, and ensuring data security and data governance. But there's lots of people working on that, and we had Disposal speaking today about the Open 3P standard, which is a standard to do that. So I used to be a software engineer for my sins, and I wasn't around when the internet was invented, but essentially before we had web browsers and YouTube, people had to invent the way that if they sent a packet of information from MIT to Stanford, they'd know that that was an email saying hi. And before you had, you had to do that before you built the email system, before you had Gmail. And without that, where we currently are, we're all just writing emails in our own little organizations, and the equivalent would be like shooting a YouTube video and only showing your colleague next to you. And having that protocol, having that data infrastructure means that we can go through that transformative process from being so siloed to actually sharing data. And that sounds scary to a lot of the private sector, sharing data, and there's a lot of laws around sharing data, but there's a lot of opportunity there as well. And I think we need to embrace that. And so much legislation is being written at the moment that relies on that kind of value chain transparency that, we're sort of writing a check that we can't cash at the moment. So it's kind of inherent in the way that laws are being written at the moment.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to make a comment on that? Adam first and then Steve.
I'll quickly go because I've got a feeling that Amy might say something similar coming from a waste management company. I think enforcement's really key as well. So as a UK, obviously, we export plastics we export is just over 50% of what's collected for recycling. Not all of that will be plastic that is recyclable or will get recycled for various different reasons. We know that the more unscrupulous of parts of the industry might potentially claim that 100% of those containers that they're sending out is 100% recyclable plastic, but in reality it might be contaminated with all sorts of different stuff or be non-recyclable material altogether. But they're claiming it for things like PRNs to make a bit of money. So I think, yes, there are rules and regulations in place that say that shouldn't happen, but without the enforcement happening, people are getting away with it. So I think that's going to be something quite key as well, to make sure that we're not just offshoring our problem.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me, just quickly, disclosure and transparency are key topics that are being discussed in the context of the Global Plastics Treaty as well. As countries are discussing these issues, it becomes very clear very quickly there are huge evidence gaps. What are the chemical composition of plastics? What are the trade flows? What are the pathways through which plastics enter the environment, enter human bodies? All this stuff is largely unknown, and there isn't really evidence about it, really, in the bigger scheme of things. So there's a lot of discussion going on around disclosure requirements, particularly from the private sector, to enable performance measurements, if nothing else, around the treaty. But actually, it's just sort of knowledge that is sort of almost it's essential to have in order to make sensible decisions about how we tackle plastic pollution.
I think the next question I was going to ask possibly might be answered by Amy, but let's just see what she says. Sorry.
So what came to mind for me was four things. Track, measure, so track, capture, analyze, and access. And I think the tracking aspect is really interesting because that can come down to the technology that you're using. I think Topolytics used to do some interesting stuff, kind of pulling together different data points, whether that's satellite or sensors, into an accessible platform. So I think that's quite interesting because you can get the technology aspect, but you can also get the legislation piece. So are there frameworks that are starting to say we need to track? And then if you move into the capturing part, are there policies that are enforcing companies, whether that's upstream or downstream, to report? And then I was thinking about the fact that actually a large number of conversations at the moment speak about the amount of data that's out there and how do we analyze it to come up with decisions that are going to be valuable to us from a sustainability perspective, whether that's polymers or another material. And I think AI actually has a lot of potential in that area, partly for just breaking down silos, whether that's geographically or across organizations, so that we can analyze data better, and also just enhancing general capabilities, whether it's within your organization or across organizations, to analyze that data. And then the last part was the access. And actually, I think a lot of what I find interesting about things like Innovate UK grants is that what comes out of the end of it is a necessity to share. And whether that's in the waste management sector or other areas, what I love to see is when you get someone saying, well, actually, at the end of this, we're creating a platform that is designed to be accessible by everyone. And that allows visibility, and it allows people to make decisions that, I guess, in a more equitable way, because more people can access that information than otherwise might have been able to previously. Sorry, just throwing my paper at you. But yeah, so I think it's a number of different aspects that play into that visibility of material flow. But even within our own organization, just being able to understand what's coming in and what's going out and where that's going is a challenge in and of itself. We have loads of data, we have lots of different material types that we're collecting, but it's not the easiest thing to figure out what is the data that you need to collect, how can you collect it, and how can you get an output from that that is beneficial to us and to our customers. But it's definitely of growing interest, so I can imagine from a kind of global perspective, it's the same thing.
That's a really interesting insight. I love the way you said the necessity to share. And talking to companies, I know they've all got lots of data that they're sitting on and using for themselves, but that's great. If there's a pool of that data, it's going to show us a much bigger picture. I just try and see if anyone's got any sort of more insight into what kind of metrics and measures are the things that you think we need to be sharing? I don't know if anyone's got any comments on that. I mean, my question was a little bit more, how can the international community standardise metrics for measuring the environmental impact? But there's a lot of data being collected. What can we do with it, and how can we share that internationally? Any ideas?
I mean, I think sometimes even the simplicity of knowing what is being produced where and where that's going helps you both from the producer level, because you can understand where the material that you're placing on the market is going. And then it helps a waste management company, for example, know that maybe there is a justification for investing in a new technology or a new plant somewhere to process a material type. So I think that would be my kind of snapshot of that, is just, yeah.
I'm not quite sure where this bit I'm about to say quite fits in, but I think it's more, maybe it's adding a challenge to having that standardised data that we can all use globally. Obviously, we spoke about the informal sector being so large, and Stephen said about more, the informal sector processes more plastic than the formal sector. And I think in terms of getting good data, that's going to be a massive challenge, because a lot of these, a lot of informal sector, they won't be collecting the data. The only data they'll be collecting maybe is how much of that material they're passing on to the next person in the chain so they can get paid. That might be as much data as they're collecting for themselves. It might be the next part in the chain is another part of the informal sector to recycle it in a shed somewhere. It might be, or they could be bulking it and selling it on to something that's a bit larger. So I think being able to get a broad sense of data across globally is going to be very, very challenging, if not maybe impossible. Depending on how far we're able to, say, digitise some of this sort of stuff in terms of record keeping and access to those systems across the board too.
It feels like possibly the data is the value, and the just transition that Steve talked about, perhaps having the data makes it more just, because it's the level playing field, it's the connector that has the value for, I don't know if anyone, I don't know what my question is. I wonder if any of you got any thoughts on whether that would be a way to make the transition more just, because I do see it as being the informal and the formal ways very different and not just, certainly not at the moment. So I'm going to pick on Steve and then go to George, if I may. What's my question? I don't know. It's about how do we make it a bit more just? Is data and metrics, are they a way to help a more just transition?
Yeah, thanks, Sally. Just on the data collection point first and the metrics, one thing that I forgot to mention in the context of the treaty, and I'm not obsessed by the treaty, honestly, I have to just say that, is that there are likely to be targets. So there are likely to be targets that will be kind of yardsticks against which progress will be measured. Probably, though we don't know this yet for sure, probably at the global scale for some targets and at the national scale for others. So, for example, there's a lot of discussion around a global reuse target or a global percentage reduction in measurable plastic pollution. You know, a bit like the climate agreement 1.5 degrees. You know, what is the plastic pollution equivalent of that? We don't know yet, but it's likely there will be something, and it's likely there'll be a series of targets, a series of measures against which performance will be assessed. So there probably will be data quality thresholds placed on that. So if the data just simply isn't there or it can't be measured effectively, then that won't be a target. That won't be a metric that measures towards the target. There will have to be some assurance that data sets are collected for the next 10 years or something like that, so that we know we can measure performance over the long term. Does that help us with a just transition? Well, I don't know. Gosh, that's a super tricky question. I mean, just let's think. We're talking about some of the poorest people in the world who are working in the informal waste sector in absolutely dire environmental conditions. They've probably lived on a dump site most of their lives, and their children go to school at schools in the dump site. Having data, would that help that situation? I don't think so, not to them directly. What it might do over time is begin to reset economies, reset a fairer trading relationship between the powerful and the less powerful, perhaps, and that might over time generate some benefit for those people in that circumstance. But it's hard to see how in the short term access to data or better data management might resolve that, but it's a tricky question.
So after saying I'm not sure whether data will necessarily work in informal waste sector, I just thought of an example where it kind of has. So one project we did in Kenya was working with a company called, I want to say it was called Mr. Green, and then you also using AI to help the informal sector basically get paid fair for when for the material they've picked out. So one of the good things about the informal waste sector is the quality of material is absolutely fantastic because they're doing it all by hand. But what we found, what was happening is that all these waste pickers will go to someone they're selling it to, and they'll kind of get screwed over a little bit because the person they're selling to kind of has all the power, has all the money, and they weren't getting paid fairly. So we did a project with Miss Green Africa. So basically, you can scan the stuff they're picked with the phone in AI, say, right, it's going to be worth X amount, and that figure will be linked to an internationally agreed figure, sort of thing. I won't go into too much detail what that is because I don't actually know it, but I'm sure I can find out if anyone's interested and come to me after. And that money would then get paid directly to them immediately, rather than sort of, oh, well, I'll give you X amount, it's actually about 50% as it's actually worth. They get the full value of that material. So that helps with that, as you said, the just transition, that means that it can sort of help elevate what they're getting out of it and are not being kept at the bottom of the rung, as it were.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah, I think
you've both got comments to. I mean, we're moving into, you know, showcasing or talking about successful models. So, if you've got any examples that more to share, that would be brilliant. So, shall we go George and then Amy, because you both have got the mics.
Sorry.
I absolutely agree. So, you know, data and data sharing is going to help us with that transition, but there's immediate problems that we need to address right now that, you know, you can see, they're plain to see in low and middle income countries around products and around waste. They all feed into wider socio-economic issues as well, and why people are working in landfill sites, why there are waste pickers. And we just need to continue the funding for action on the ground to address those. But there's, you know, how do we bring about just transition, particularly globally? You know, it's inviting representatives from those countries and from those communities to the table when we make these sorts of agreements, and making sure that they have a voice and a powerful voice. But there's, you know, how effective are these treaties? I think they're moving in the right direction because they're quite specific. They're getting quite specific. You know, we look at some of the strategies in the UK, and it's, you know, in what we're talking about here, plastic sustainability. How do you define sustainability, and what's sustainable, and what impacts and what trade-offs are you happy with, and why? The circular economy, you know, all of our policies are towards a more circular economy. What does that mean? How circular are we now? How circular do we want to be, and when? How are we measuring that? All through today, you know, you could come away, any one of us could come away from this, and, you know, perhaps I'm showing my ignorance here, but I'd come away from this going, well, the bottom line is it's complex. You know, plastic sustainability is complex, and it's a complex issue, and there's incredible technical knowledge in this room and in the UK and in the innovation sector in the UK. But what these treaties do is they're at that interface between all that complexity and governments and business and consumers, and they're starting to simplify it down and just have simple, we don't want this, we want that, be wary of that, we need to look a bit more at this thing. And that makes it a lot simpler, and perhaps there are some complexities that we can, you know, if we went through every line of a global treaty now, we'd probably all have different views on specific bits and ways it should go, but actually by condensing that down and simplifying it, it gives us a clear direction. And that's one of the key effective points, is that it's narrowing that field of innovation by setting what we don't want and what we do want, and that channels the innovation, accelerates it. And I think having just transition in that context really helps us, and helps us channel, well, what direction do we need to go in, and what are the mechanisms to get there. But that's the power of these sorts of treaties, and that's the power of existing legislation that we have as well. You know, why do we have recycling in the UK? Because we had landfill tax on an escalating scale at the late 90s, and then we had recycling rates, and, you know, there's lots of other stuff involved, but you know, essentially we need very simple messages that brand owners and boards at multinationals and your everyday consumer can follow. And I think, you know, building Just Transition and building a global view into that is the way to go.
Thank you. Amy?
So I was actually going to use an example from when I was working on air quality in India. And one of the things that became really important for us as a pillar for how you strategically address a challenge in a particular region was looking at data. It was one of 5 pillars. And the way we did that was placing sensors strategically across India to try and just raise some awareness about where the greatest impacts possibly could be. And there was research outside of that would say, you know, air pollution at a particular level had these impacts on people. So I think one thing about data that is really interesting is in some ways, if it's used correctly, it potentially removes that bias and it can give a voice to areas that might not otherwise have had one. It shows the scale of a problem. And I was working in a refugee camp in Turkana, just below the South Sudan border. And one thing I found really interesting is actually, I was working with a community-based organization who were, I keep doing that, who were really keen to address plastic pollution in their communities. There was a cultural aspect to addressing pollution and working with waste that they wanted to get over and show that actually you could make a revenue from doing the right thing with waste rather than potentially burning it, which when you woke up in the morning, the smell of burning plastic was really intense in the area. And otherwise, you know, without data to actually say this much plastic is going in that area and this number of people are burning that plastic rather than doing something else with it, you wouldn't be able necessarily to show the impact of such a remote place. And there were about 2 million people that were living there in close quarters. So I think data actually does have the potential to drive change.
Thank you, Amy. You've answered one of the questions I was going to ask, so I don't need to ask it anymore. It was about cultural and regional challenges. I'm going to ask one more question, but just a heads up after I've asked my last question, I'm going to be coming out to the audience for the last sort of 10 minutes of the session, so gear yourself up for questions. This conference is all about R&I, research and innovation. So I'm interested in how you think we're going to ensure that the research and innovation, the technologies, are shared equitably across nations, including the developing countries. Have you got any thoughts on that at all, or any mechanisms that you're aware of by which that might happen? Adam's going first.
It's a quite easy one for me to answer because we've got a network of 13 different plastics packs where that is literally what we do. So yes, we have plastics packs in a sense. Some of them we obviously work in the silos. Obviously UK will obviously very much focus on UK, South Africa very much focus on South Africa and so on and so forth. But we do also bring the pack networks together and have, say, not regular but not irregular meetings to help share the learnings of what we've learned in different regions and things and see what can be applied elsewhere, so we're not reinventing the wheel. As we've discussed already, that you can't just pick up one sort of technology or one system from UK and put it somewhere else and vice versa, because we've got lots of different challenges, both social, cultural, and just generally economic as well. So the PAC network is very good at sharing that sort of stuff, and so one of the great things about RAP and obviously having our sort of UK-based teams and our global teams is that we work quite interchangeably, so we're quite fortunate. For me personally, I feel quite fortunate because it means I can get to interact with different packs and not just silo myself in the UK. But what it does mean as well is that we have different innovation calls in different areas as well. So for example, in South Africa at the moment, we've just had an innovation call around films and flexibles to see what things we can be implemented locally in South Africa for films and flexible collection and recycling. South Africa are actually probably better at collection of films and flexibles than we are in the UK. And we're currently doing a similar one in India as well. And once we have those innovation calls and we've got the successful candidates that take them forward, we then share those learnings once they've been implemented with the other packs as well, because obviously there's going to be lots of similarities from some of these different regions that can take that and we can tell them, right, this was the pitfalls if we did it this way, or this if we did it this way, actually this worked really well. So that's one of the great mechanisms that we're able to leverage by doing that PAC network.
Warms my heart. Anyone else want to comment on innovations and adoption? Right.
Yeah, thanks, Sally. Within most global treaties, and the Plastics Treaty will be no exception to this, there is usually a provision on knowledge and technology sharing. So that is being discussed as quite a hot topic. Countries from the global south generally are pushing for technology transfer to help them deliver whatever the targets and goals of the treaty are. And that creates all sorts of challenge around funding and intellectual property rights and things like that. But it looks like within the remit of the treaty there'll be something that helps the poorer countries learn from the rich countries, putting it rather crudely, but perhaps more importantly, the knowledge transfer as well between experiences. And that can be, of course, south-south knowledge transfer, north-north, south-north, north-south, in all sorts of different directions. There's a lot we can learn as well from practices in the global south. Just quickly, if I may, Sally, just do a quick plug. The UKRI organisation right now is working on developing a new plastic pollution research and innovation framework that I'm helping them to produce. So if anybody has any strong ideas or thoughts about how research and innovation funding and priorities should be organised in the UK, I'm super happy to have a chat about that after this session.
Thank you. Amy?
Could I flip it on its head a little bit? So I actually think, in many ways, when I'm researching things, the low middle income countries who don't have necessarily an established infrastructure yet, potentially, or don't have particular technologies that we might have or regulatory frameworks, to me, sometimes it feels like that's where a lot of creativity happens. And looking at what happens internationally gives you a chance to kind of open your mind as to what maybe we could do in higher income countries to change the way we do things and just question ourselves and go, is this actually the right way? And I think some of the things, like looking at the Uberization of waste effectively. So I know in India, there's a company called Recycle, spelled with a K, that have looked at exactly what Adam was talking about, where you help the informal sector because they're doing a great job actually at collecting waste. But you look at how you might support them so that they don't, I guess, what was the word you used? Screwed over. And in some ways, maybe that's for us to look at and go, well, actually, is there a place for something like a reactive model? And Algramo and in Chile, where they started, who do a kind of refill model, they started looking at lower income communities and how you could make that work for a kind of mobile refill solution in a cost-effective way. They did a great job, and the Philippines have done something similar, and I think there was a case study actually saying that that type of model is something that could feed into the Global Plastics Treaty, but Steve would know more about that than I do. But yes, I think there's a lot that we could learn the other way around.
Yeah, can I agree with my panel? I often think that where there's less infrastructure, there's more opportunity to put in better practices and more sustainable practices straight away. We've got hurdles and long-term contracts to deal with, and frankly, behaviours that are set and are more difficult to change potentially, but sorry, shouldn't be doing that. While I throw the questions out to the audience, have a think if there's anything you haven't said that you'd like to say, because Adam has got something,
so
but I'm coming straight to you afterwards.
I caught Sophie from Disposal's eye, and she was actually on a trip with me to India that was actually funded by Innovate UK to help look at these sorts of things like sharing information and innovation as well. For the life of me, I'm sorry, Sally, I forget what the different acronyms
A GBIP?
It wasn't a GBIP, it was the other one.
A
GEM, there we are. So there's Innovate UK obviously play a big role in this as well. I'm not just saying that because they're organising the event, I'm sitting on a panel. But there is a GBIP going on, which is like a reverse GEM is what we kind of called it at the time, but I can't remember what the difference is, to be honest, because there's lots of acronyms in the industry. But they're fantastic ways to help sort of share, getting a better understanding of what different challenges are globally. Two, it's great to see how sort of our innovation, say if I had a particular innovation or a particular product or project that I was running, see how that could be applied to a local situation. So I think there's a big role that Innovate UK has played as well today, and I'm sure we'll continue to do it. Funding dependent, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Right, have we got any questions for the panel from the audience? Okay, so the chap who put his hand up first is the guy in the white shirt. I'm going to bring one of the... Yeah, because that's how many we've got. Is anyone a roving mic? No, just me.
Well, thank you everyone for this fantastic session. And there's been a lot talked about sharing the knowledge and the expertise with the Global South. It's linked to one probably question which people will hate it, but under the context of the Global Pact, should the countries be banned from exporting plastic waste? And in the context of UK, with all the resources at hand, why is still a UK as a country need to export so much of plastic waste, creating problems somewhere else, and then trying to solve that problem somewhere else, rather than looking at investing in the infrastructure required for recycling of plastics? And the second link to that is what's holding UK back in also adopting some of the learnings from countries which are probably have a better management of the waste in terms of something like DRS, which has a proven and proved system in some countries like Germany or France?
I'll try and answer a bit of that. I mean, there's a lot to unpack in that question. There's about 30 questions in that one. I think, first of all, exporting material isn't necessarily a bad thing. There is a place for it, as long as it's done properly. In the UK, we don't have the infrastructure, as you suggested. We don't have infrastructure to deal with all the waste that we're doing, which I think needs to be improved, certainly. In terms of learning from other countries, obviously you mentioned things like DRS. Obviously, we're looking at potentially getting DRS by 2027, I believe. Obviously, it's coming. We'll make it work because we have to, but I think you have to also remember that DRS in places like Scandinavia, Germany, that was how recycling started. So they weren't used to having the curbside collection, which is obviously for consumers quite easy and quite simple. So that's going to be an interesting transition for people to be able to recycle, say, plastic bottles at the curb to having to take it to a local supermarket. Then the supermarket basically haven't going to have these kiosks at the front of their stores, looking at space and spaces, potentially a premium and all these different things. So it's not a black and white answer in terms of how's that going to work. Is it going to improve it significantly? Is it not? Do we have glass in? Do we have glass out? All these different things. Because I think as well for DRS, without getting bogged down to DRS sort of debate, which sounds like I'm turning it into, it depends on what the aim for DRS is. Is it about circularity? Is it about recycling? Is it about preventing litter? All these different things. Yes, I think, as I say, should we be exporting? Ideally, no. We certainly shouldn't be exporting stuff that is not recyclable. But at the end of the day, the UK, although we're an island, we're not an island. We are part of a global community and plastic is a commodity. It's a valuable commodity. And arguably, if plastic is being made into packaging and for a product that is made somewhere, it makes sense for that packaging to be made in the same place, broadly speaking, of course. But yeah, I'll pass on to someone else before I steal thunder.
You're going to add to that one, Amy, before we go to the next question, yeah?
Yeah, actually, it's a great question. And I think Biffa, from our work on DRS, probably has quite a lot to say about that. So I'll keep it simple. But I think, first of all, the part on the export of plastic waste, I mean, that's a big thing for us as well, because it's almost like a chicken and egg situation where we, in some ways, our ask would be that there is a ban on the export of unprocessed plastic waste. And the idea behind that is then you encourage the investment in the infrastructure in the UK. The reason why we have to export unprocessed waste at times within the UK is because we don't have the capacity to manage the waste solely in the UK. So we have to rely on those partnerships globally to manage that. But it is a really challenging space as well because the standards involved are not necessarily aligned between the UK and other areas. So it's really risky and uncertain, and our preference would be that we would only export processed waste, and like our relationship with the EU, we have a really good trade relationship there. And then, sorry, to your point on DRS. we have seen that introduced very successfully in other areas. And of course it got delayed, which was really unfortunate. But I think the most unfortunate part about that was that it did require a lot of buy-in across industry, a lot of investment, whether that's waste management companies or the retailers involved, and there was a lot lost. So I think our ask from a policy perspective would be just consistency, stability, and then we can make it work. We all get together and get things going. So, yeah. Wasn't as short.
Steve wants to make one comment. I'm going to have one more question after this because we're near time, and I know people have trains and things. So, one more question about Steve. Go first.
Yeah, just on trade, the World Trade Organization is actively looking right now at new trade measures that can help to reduce plastic pollution. It's under something called the Dialogue on Plastic Pollution, and I think it's open for anybody to listen in and watch those sessions online, but they're taking it really seriously in terms of cross-boundary movements and how trade can help foster reuse systems, refill systems, all sorts of things. It's not just trade in waste.
Good shout, Steve. You want to send me the link? I'll try and get it out post-event. So the chap with the microphone, you've got the last question.
Hello, thank you everyone. Thomas from RAP as well. Hello, Adam. I was really interested in what you mentioned, Amy, as well about recycle with a K, and also Adam, in terms of the just transition element of actually paying a fairer amount for the work that the informal sector workers are doing, and potentially that making an incentive for them to give the material that they're collecting to a more legitimate business. Now, if they're paying more, they might have less to then reinvest in improving their systems compared to someone who pays less and maybe puts more in their pocket, so they're not necessarily investing in improving the treatment systems. I'm just wondering how you kind of see legitimizing in legislation these sort of ventures, so that the fairer pay, and then that kind of pulls people towards those areas to put more money into the system and take materials into those systems, which can then build up that sector rather than a sector that is kind of exploiting people, basically. Are we seeing that happen? And you mentioned regulation, learning from these areas in terms of less regulated, but we need regulation in the same way.
George and Amy are looking at each other, which means they both know each other as a bit to contribute to this question.
Well, I also realised I had the microphone. The question was directed at you. So. No, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I think it's really interesting because it's almost like, and it's unfortunate Eric wasn't here to talk about plastic credits, because it's a similar argument in some ways. Is there a band-aid solution in the interim, or are you actually getting to the root of something and creating something better? I think in low middle income countries, the informal workforce is doing a really great job. And in this case, it's just protecting them rather than supporting something that maybe isn't necessarily, from an ethical perspective, the right thing to do. I don't know what regulatory frameworks are there to protect them, but I know in the case of, I think it was Plastic Bank actually, they were trying to introduce some mechanisms within their application to help with that protection and to incentivize the right behaviors. It's unfortunate he's not here to speak about that, but yeah.
With those sorts of instances, the money has to come from somewhere. So it's, you can channel that through legislation, and, we have examples in Europe and in the UK. There's examples of voluntary EPR and voluntary DRS in different countries, and, Coca-Cola and Pepsi have run voluntary schemes in certain countries. But it's got to come from somewhere. But I think informal waste workers are also very vulnerable. There's a lot of volatility in, it's not just low wage, it's that they're working in harmful, very potentially fatal conditions, lacking PPE, lacking basic rights and conditions that we would expect for any worker in the UK. And yeah, legislation can step in there, but these are very different contexts. It's you can sit in your ivory tower and write as many bits of paper as you like, really, and it's about getting stuff happening on the ground. But I think fundamentally it's about recognising those issues and highlighting them, but making sure that the right, that there's support, that there's the right, fundamentally that there's money being channeled to address those issues, but sharing technological and infrastructure and kind of system change. Like, we need that system change approach, really, starting by working with vulnerable workers first and understanding, speaking with them and understanding their immediate needs and their vision for how things should change, and understanding that from their perspective, and not going in, with our own, oh, well, we did it over here a bit like this, so we've got this, pre-packaged solution for you.
Thank you very much, George. And I like the message we've ended on, which is the sharing, the collaboration, us communicating and getting together in events like these is the way that we're going to make change, by sharing and collaborating. So may I say thank you to Steve, George, Adam and Amy for being a brilliant, easy panel to deal with. I was probably mean to you. Thank you very much for your questions and for attending the conference. I really hope you enjoyed it. I want to say thank you to the people that are behind the scenes who've done a lot of work, our partners, the BPF, our supporters, the Grantham Institute, Plastics Europe, the Worshipful Company of Horners, and oh my goodness, have I forgotten anyone? Probably, and I apologise if I have, but thank you all so much for coming, and I hope you stay around and do some more networking, because it's the contacts that you make here that are the really important things. So thank you very much to our panel. Thank you.